I'd like to introduce the other person underneath me, at least on my screen. You saw her in our interviews. I was going to refer to us as Batgirl and Robinette, but I decided not to. And I'm going to have Carol tell you a little bit about herself, but I'm just going to greet everyone and then turn it over to you, Carol. Good morning, everyone. You may have often heard abiotic disorders defined as those things humans do to plants, but which we call abiotic so as not to offend. Larry Costello was the co-author of our textbook on the topic and is here today to talk about abiotic disorders in greater depth. And now I'm going to turn it over to my better half.
Hello, folks. So I get to be the guest co-trainer today. So you may remember me. I was in the interview when all of y'all came in, and I was the one who was pointing to the big plastic box with all the books and saying, it's a lot of reading. It's a lot of work. So now you probably know what I was talking about, right? And before I forget, this is the textbook that Larry was the co-author of. So he's our featured speaker today. So we get to have him talking in depth about abiotic disorders. And just a little quick side note on, I was class of 2022, then I was a co-trainer in 2023. And so I wanted to say, now it's kind of cool. Now I'm starting to sort of really get to work on some of the Master Gardener projects. And so I got to go to the rose pruning seminar that was at Falkirk, and I'm also doing some work with liaison with the last year's class to get them sort of settled into projects that they're excited about and other things like that. So you're halfway through. You've been learning a ton about various project opportunities when you become Master Gardeners, and I'm here to sort of be witness of what a great program it is and all the options you have. So now I will actually talk about slide 2, which today we're going to continue with the plants section of Earth-Friendly Gardening, and with a segment on abiotic disorders of trees and shrubs, as you've heard. And not all damage and plant death are caused by insects or biological factors, such as bacteria, virus, and fungus. This is a fascinating topic, and some of the sources of damage will surprise you. So Larry has a really good presentation for us where we get to sort of look at what's going on with that tree, and then we kind of suss out what the factors might be. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Melissa.
So today's agenda, we'll start with Larry Costello. We're going to have 2 7 to 8 minutes break because Larry has decided that would be a good thing rather than sitting for so long at Zoom. And when he comes to a good time, we'll pause and take a break and he'll let you know. After Larry's presentation, we'll have presentations by Desk Problems 5 and 6. And then we'll welcome Cinda again and to tell us about another grouping of MMG outreach projects. After that, we will close the garden gate and we'll stay on afterward for anyone who has questions or comments. Okay, slide 4.
Yes.
Oh, Carol, it's your turn.
Yes. So for 30 years, Larry Costello conducted an education and applied research program in urban forestry and landscape horticulture as the environmental horticulture advisor in the San Francisco Bay Area for the University of California. He retired in January of 2011 and now works as an arboricultural and horticultural consultant. And in addition, he established Oracle Oak Nursery in Hopland, California, up north, a wholesale tree nursery that focuses on California native trees. He received his PhD in plant physiology from the University of California at Berkeley and a master's in horticulture from the University of California at Davis. I've already showed you his book. You can see a picture of it right here as well. And now we're going to stop sharing and let Larry take the show. So let's see. Up. Okay. There we go. Hey, Larry.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So I'll just hit share screen
Mhm.
and desktop. There. See if I can get this. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Oh, it's
Okay.
beautiful.
Let me go to slideshow. Okay. Is the bar at the top in front of the text at the top, text box? It's showing on mine, but I don't know
Yeah.
if other screens are.
Says we're,
It's all right, you know.
yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
good. As long as
Yeah.
it's not a time slideshow, we're good. So
Right,
otherwise
right.
you'd be marching through your slides. So we'll see if that happens. Okay.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Carol and Melissa, for the introduction. And thank you for the opportunity to talk about abiotic disorders of landscape plants. And as Carol just mentioned, abiotic disorders are those disorders that are not caused by a biological organism, such as bacteria or fungi or insects or mites and so on. So these are the disorders that are more environmentally based. And I'm sure you can, well, you've all done your homework, so you know what a number of the abiotic disorders are. But below ground and above ground environment have a great influence on the performance of our plants. And as this first slide hopefully shows, we try to generate benefits from our landscapes, whether it be front yards, backyards, or parks and streets and so on. And so we try to generate environmental benefits and aesthetic benefits, economic benefits, and social benefits from the trees, from our landscapes. The trouble is that we're dealing with biological organisms. Let's see if I can get the pointer here. Here we go. Yeah, can you see that all right? Okay. So we're dealing with biological organisms that are influenced by, the environment above ground and below ground. And sometimes things just don't go as planned, and conditions become unfavorable for generating the benefits that we hope to generate, such as this Monterey pine on the left, upper left. It's not performing as well as the one on the right. Yet they're both in fairly similar situations, but the reality is that you can have poor performance from trees or other woody plants or even herbaceous plants in close proximity to one another. So here's a whole tree death. On the right, you see some oak trees, and they are not performing well. There's a lot of dieback in the top of the crown of the one on the left, and dieback on the one on the right as well. They're just not performing as you might expect a California native oak. And in the center left is an alder leaf. And again, there's something wrong with that. There's a problem. This is not typical in terms of what alder leaves should look like. And so the challenge for us and you as master gardeners, and you'll be called upon to do this, is try to sort out what might be causing the problem. And that's the whole business of diagnosis. Try to identify the cause of, let's say, this dieback in a giant sequoia. It's down in San Mateo County. what might be doing that, and if it's a significant problem or is it a minor problem. So the diagnosis is the process of identifying the cause or causes of a problem. And really to do that, you have to kind of put your detective hat on and really kind of ask a lot of questions and try to get to the bottom of what might be the primary cause of the dieback. You have to I think like to solve mysteries, and if you do, then I think you can be good at this. And so to be able to solve the mystery, you well, first I'll step back and say the game plan for today is, first I'm going to talk about spend time on tips on diagnosis, how to how to approach a tree or shrub ground cover that's not performing well, and try to sort out what it might be. And then we'll spend a fair bit of time on specific disorders, such as water deficits or aeration deficits or mineral deficiencies. And so that's what we're going to be doing. So first, in terms of tips regarding diagnosis, a key element is to know your resources. Fortunately, nowadays, we do have a lot of resources, whether it be publications or the internet, in terms of informational resources. Then we have University of California or specialists elsewhere who can be called upon to help with specific questions, whether it be regarding, pests, insects. The entomologists at Davis are very good and can help with, specific questions about insects. And co-workers as well. They're great resources, fellow master gardeners. Some of you I'm sure have specialties, whether it be, orchids or trees or turf, whatever it may be. It's good to know who the fellow co-workers or master gardeners are that have these specialties, because you can go to them and when you have a question. Nobody knows it all. I've been in this for 40 years now, and every day there's something new to learn, which is nice. So you're always going to have to refer to sources of information. And this publication I'm showing here is the Integrated Pest Management Manual. It's a University of California publication. Hopefully you've seen this. If you haven't, then you should take a look at it in the Master Gardener office, and it's also online. But any question about insects or diseases or even weed management, you can often find the answer in this publication. A really valuable resource. I keep it close to my desk because I use it on a regular basis. So key element of diagnosis is to know your resources and use those resources to your advantage. And it's great because you're connected to a network within the University of California system of people who are very, very knowledgeable about certain subject matters. And if you need their assistance, it's there, usually an email or a phone call away. As Carol mentioned, the abiotic disorders of landscape plants is a publication that is available, and presumably you have it. And we put this together because prior to this publication, there was no publication that addressed abiotic disorder specifically. Usually it was in the back of a plant pathology text, and it was, oh, by the way, we also have abiotic disorders as well as biotic disorders. So a number of us got together and put this publication together to provide some guidance on what the abiotic disorders look like and perhaps how to manage them. Continuing with tips on diagnosis, sometimes diagnosis can be fairly quick and easy. Here's a case in point. This is a coast redwood on the UC Berkeley campus, and you can see the foliage is pretty much fried. You can see some healthy foliage in the background here, but the foliage on this, the needles on this tree is totally dehydrated, and you can tell that this happened fairly quickly. It wasn't a slow process where there's some discoloration and then some needle drop and then a total defoliation. This was a rapid dehydration of the leaves on the tree, in the crown of the tree. And in this case, you have basically a smoking gun here. You can see the steam coming out of the ground, and that can give you a hint as to what may have happened in this case. I was asked to come over and take a look at it from the grounds department on the Berkeley campus, and we looked at it, and it was fairly clear that when you have steam coming out of the ground, it's not really favorable for root growth or health. And it turns out that some of the buildings on the campus are heated by steam, and the pipes run below ground and through the root zone, or the root zone developed close to the pipes. And sometimes the pipes leak, and when they leak, they release steam, which has a lot of thermal energy, and that's dissipated in the root zone. And that's basically what happened to this tree. The roots, the heat generated from the steam exceeded the thermal capacity, or exceeded the thermal limits of the root system, and the roots were killed. They can no longer pick up water, or water uptake was stopped, and as a result, you have rapid dehydration of the top. So that's a case where diagnosis can be fairly straightforward and done on short order. It doesn't always happen that way, but it's nice when it does happen. You feel fairly good about the assessment. In other cases, diagnoses can be quite difficult and may take a considerable amount of time. And this is one case in point. These are coast redwoods that are in a park. They're probably not there anymore, but nonetheless. And this is a tree that the year before, it looked like this. It looked like this. And you wonder what happened that caused it to decline to this point. Whole tree death. And you can see a couple of other trees, coast redwoods, close to it, that the year before looked okay. These ones were really on their way out already. So the question is, what's going on? If you take a look at the foliage from these trees, you can see, again, a lot of needle death. There are some tissues that are still alive, but they're, not for long. So we were asked, when I worked with the University of California Cooperative Extension, we were asked to come out and take a look and try to sort out what might be going on, because the City of San Jose Parks Department was coming up short in terms of their assessment. And it took us about 3 or 4 years to really sort this out. We went through, well, is it a disease? No. Were there insects involved? No, we couldn't pick up anything in that regard. Could it be some chemical that's being applied to the turf that's causing the decline of the trees? And we ended up having to rule that out. So it really was a quandary for quite a while. And, really to come up with a good diagnosis, you really want to take your time and sort out all the possibilities and determine what might be the most likely cause. In this case, it turned out to be that recycled water was being used to irrigate the park. They transitioned from potable water to recycled water for potable water conservation purposes, and that's commendable. But it turns out that coast redwood is sensitive to the use of recycled water, and we were not aware of that at the time. There was no information about the sensitivity of coast redwood to elements that occur in recycled water. And in this case, it turned out there was actually chloride toxicity, which occurs in potable water as well, but in higher concentrations in recycled water. So the point here is that sometimes diagnosis can be difficult and may take a lot of time, and you really don't want to jump to conclusions or feel like you have to come up with an answer right away when presented with a problem. It's very important just to say, look, I don't know. And that was the case here. We didn't know what was happening, but we said we'd look into it, and we did. And it took again a good number of years and some research at UC Davis to identify the key element, which was the specific ion toxicity associated with the coast redwood sensitivity. So we really want to do what we can to make sure we have accurate diagnoses. I just want to digress just for a minute and just let you know that there is a publication that we put together. Nelda Matheny, who's a horticultural consultant, and myself and 2 others put this together, and it's available online, Irrigating San Francisco Bay Area Landscapes with Recycled Water. So if you have any questions about the use of recycled water in landscapes, and you think that there might be some association with some decline of plant materials, I would refer you to this publication. It's probably the only publication available that I'm aware of that really covers the topic thoroughly and should give you the information that you're looking for. In the case of the coast redwoods in the San Jose Park, just because the redwoods are sensitive doesn't mean that recycled water shouldn't be used in landscapes. It just means that you need to know how to manage the recycled water effectively. And if you have coast redwoods, you may want to mix potable water and recycled water, or reduce the specific ion concentration in recycled water. So it's really not an indictment of recycled water by any means, but it's just a message saying, know more about recycled water and know how to manage it. And this guide helps you with that. We, go through an introduction to recycled water, how it's recycled, what is water quality, and so on. So it's a very thorough publication, a lot of illustrations and photographs to help you understand what it is and how to use it, because it's really the future of landscape irrigation in California. And I know in Marin County there is the use of recycled water, and other municipalities are moving towards the use of recycled water to conserve our potable supply. Just to reemphasize that we really want to be careful and take our time with diagnoses. Inaccurate diagnoses can lead to unnecessary, ineffective, costly, and potentially harmful treatments. So you really want to take your time and use your resources to make sure that you have a plausible, reasonable diagnosis, and that you feel confident about. Case in point here is these little injector capsules were installed of sycamore, and theoretically this was to control anthracnose and powdery mildew in the tree. And if you go to the UC IPM manual, you'll find that there's really no really effective treatment for those diseases in our London plane or sycamore. So there was a diagnosis here. Yeah, the trees have these diseases, but the result was ineffective. The choice of treatment was ineffective. It was costly. Somebody had to pay for this, and they're potentially harmful in terms of you're opening up an avenue for perhaps some wood decay fungi to enter through the trunk flare on this tree. So take your time, strive to be accurate as much as possible. Use your resources. It's much better to say I don't know rather than perhaps give an inaccurate diagnosis that can lead to difficulties. Okay, in terms of continuing on with diagnostic tips, one of the first places to start with diagnosis is identification of the species. If a sample is brought into the master gardener office, and whether it be a tree, shrub, ground cover, whatever, and the first thing you want to do is make sure you know what the plant is, identify the plant. And once you have that identification, it really kind of helps, because you can look up information, whether it be online or in books, about the plant. In this case, these are sugar pine that come from the Himalayas, and that's helpful information. That tells you, well, they're not likely to be cold sensitive, and they're, in this case, you can learn that they grow up on hillsides, and so they're probably drought tolerant. So it just starting with the species, the genus and species, Pinus rockburgii in this case, gives you a great starting point to understand some of the characteristics of the plant that you're looking at. And it's really a key to an accurate diagnosis. So that's the starting point. And so a real commandment in diagnosis is know thy species. Here's a case. This is a tree in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco, and it's not looking so good. Rust-colored foliage. This is a conifer, and very rust color foliage. There's a little bit of light green foliage here, but by and large, the whole tree is not green. And as you can see on this conifer, Monterey cypress here. And so the question is, what is happening? And typically, if we were in class, I would stop and ask for people to, give their thoughts on what it might be. But in this case, I'll have to jump to it and say that this is, yes, it's a conifer, but not all conifers are deciduous. Not all conifers retain their foliage in the winter. Some conifers, not all conifers are evergreen, like the Monterey cypress. Some conifers are deciduous. And this is a case in point. This is a tree called swamp cypress, or Taxodium disticum. And it's a deciduous conifer. So this is absolutely natural. This is taken in December, January, and it's actually kind of a interesting looking tree at that time of the year. And then in the spring, new foliage will come on, and it will look like a typical conifer in leaf. So if you decided there was a significant problem, that this tree was dying or almost dead and needed to come out, that would be a serious diagnostic error, simply because you didn't know what the plant was. If you didn't know that this was a deciduous conifer, and you were the grounds person in charge here, and you decided it was time for that to come out, well, you might end up getting cut out as a result of that, unfortunately. Just so you know that there are two other conifers that are deciduous, and so in the wintertime, they drop their needles. And this is the Western larch. This was taken just last October in Eastern Washington. And, actually it's kind of attractive fall foliage in an area where it's pretty much all evergreen. But the larch, we don't see it in California, but if you travel into Eastern Oregon, Eastern Washington, up into British Columbia, you'll see larch, and they can be very, very large as well. And then here's Dawn redwood, which we do plant. It's from China, but it's planted widely in California, very tolerant of wet soil conditions, but it's a deciduous conifer. And so again, if you didn't know what the tree was and saw this condition, this is at the Getty Museum in Los Angeles. And if you decided that this was a problem and that needed to be diagnosed, then again, that would be an error, a significant error, where the trees were healthy and growing well, and it was a natural condition. We also see other non-conifer species that are supposedly evergreen, but at certain times of the year they shed almost a full crop of leaves. A case in point is cork oak. Typically in spring, coming up pretty soon, cork oaks, large, well, it could be small or large, cork oaks shed last year's leaves. And they do it, it's kind of a transition process. Some leaves are, retained, but it looks like the outer leaves here are mainly the ones that are being shed initially, but all leaves will be shed. But after perhaps a month, the tree looks like this. So really is no problem here. There is no reason to diagnose or determine that there is a problem. If somebody brought this into the master gardener office and you didn't recognize this as cork oak and didn't know that it naturally sheds leaves in the spring, then you may be spending time trying to sort out something that doesn't need to be sorted out, because this is what the tree looks like in a short period of time after leaf shed. So again, know thy species. Just a couple of other examples. On the upper left here is California buckeye, and I would have to think that many of you are familiar with this species. We have it. Marin County has a lot of California buckeye on the hillsides and so on. But in the summer, well, actually early summer, California buckeye drops a lot of leaves, and it can drop all of its leaves, especially if it's in an exposed area such as this. It's a drought evasion mechanism or adaptation of California buckeye. Instead of dealing with dry soil conditions into the summer, it just sheds its leaves and waits for next spring to put on a new crop. Typically it'll flower. See some flowers here. A flower first, set the seed, and then drop leaves. And so again, if you didn't know what the plant was and somebody brought in a sample, then you might think that this is a problem that really doesn't exist. And also, some people will say, oh, diagnose this incorrectly as sudden oak death. Sudden oak death does affect more species than just oaks. And because it's dying back during the summer months, they kind of say, well, that's correlates with when sudden oak death symptoms occur. And that would be incorrect, because this is, if you know your species, then you know that this is natural. Just a couple other cases. This is pin oak over in the East Bay, and in the wintertime. And it looks like it's pretty much a dead tree, a young tree, but it's not. Some of the oaks retain their leaves into the winter, well into the winter, and pin oak is one. It's a condition called marcescence, and I've seen Oregon white oak do this and other species of oak. So if you, again, didn't know the species, then you wouldn't perhaps know that this is not a problem. And similar with sweet gum, sometimes on liquid amber or sweet gum, you'll see this corky growth on the shoots, these longitudinal corky growths that look like, really an abnormality, but these just occur on sweet gum, and it may be a genetic variation in amongst. It's not on all sweet gum, but on some sweet gums. But it really doesn't seem to cause any difficulty in terms of the performance of the plant. So again, a situation doesn't require remedy. But again, knowing the species is the critical thing. And keep in mind that we have a tremendous number of species in our urban landscapes, whether it be in Marin County or elsewhere. And you're just not going to know all the species. If you're been around long enough, you can know, a percentage of them, probably a good percentage of them, but you're never going to get to 100%. And so if you don't know the species, then you're really starting off in the dark. And you really have to stop and sort out what it is first. It becomes very problematic when especially when you get into the grasses and try to sort out what kind of grass it is. So if somebody brings in a grass thinking it's a weed or whatever, might have to spend some time trying to figure out what that is. But again, you have resources that can help you with that. Whether it be over on the UC Berkeley campus, there are people who specialize, at the herbarium and so on. So again, recognize that you're never going to know all of them. If you don't know what the species is, stop and don't go further until you do know what the species is. Again, we have lots and lots of species. We did a project one time, and I think there was like 3,000 species that are in the California nursery trade. So maybe some of you can learn a good percentage of that, but I know I definitely don't know all of them by any means. Again, with diagnostics, you have to recognize that the soil, the below ground part of the tree and the environment below ground can have a lot to do with the performance of the tree or the plant above ground. Oftentimes, performance or lack of performance is linked to unfavorable conditions below ground. So you have both the above ground condition to be interested in, but we can't ignore what the below ground conditions are, whether it be favorable or unfavorable. And there's just lots of variability in urban soils. This photo on the left is taken from the Dublin, San Ramon area, Tri-City area. That this area used to be historically a lake bed. Now it transitioned into agriculture, and then it moved into urban development. And so a lot of changes have occurred here in terms of soils being moved around, imported and exported, especially in urban areas. This golf course likely had a lot of import soils coming in. So it's important to know not only the history of the location, but also what changes have occurred in the area that you're diagnosing. Again, whether it be turf or trees or shrubs in yards, so on. Here's a case where housing development on the hillsides, and there's very little or no topsoil there. So plant materials planted there oftentimes are planted into very dense, compacted soils, and performance really can be affected. And oftentimes the root system doesn't, develop much deeper than 12 inches in the soil. To sort out soil variability, soil maps are helpful. They give you an idea of what may be there. Here's the Presidio in San Francisco, an aerial view of the Presidio. Golden Gate Bridge is here. And I'm sure many of you have been there. There is a soil map of the Presidio, and it tells you kind of where some of the soils may be. If you're down by Baker Beach in this area, you can expect that it's going to be sand. And a lot of this is sand. But this kind of purplish area tells you that there are some serpentine soils there. And serpentine soils aren't very favorable for some of our plant materials. Some plants are tolerant of serpentine soils, and you can check your resources and find out what those plant materials are. But excuse me, at least get a drink of water. At least this is a good starting point to tell you what soils might be there. But it doesn't really, if you have a question about a tree on the golf course here, or turf or other plant materials, you really have to look closely at what the soil conditions are in that location. Some of you have probably gone to visit the new park, the Tunnel Tops Park. If you haven't been to it, it's really worth a visit. It's really nice, well done, designed and constructed park. And the whole renovation through here was really well done. Now, I happen to be involved in the project to a limited extent, and part of it was looking at some of the soils. And we imported soils not only from other parts of the Presidio for this project, but we also, there was a hospital being built at that time on Van Ness Avenue in San Francisco, a large Sutter hospital. And the excavations for that were very extensive, and they had to do something with that soil and said, okay, well, maybe we can use it in the Presidio project. Also, a subway was being built through Chinatown. And, you know, again, those large excavations have excess soil. Well, perhaps some of that can be used in the Presidio for these projects. These import soils occur in many urban landscapes, and you have to be aware of that. And so again, a soil map can tell you generally what's there, historically what's there, but specifically where you are and where the plant that you're dealing with may be, you have to look closely and dig down into the soil to find out what's there. And we have a lot of variability, as I mentioned. If you're in Davis or other parts of the Sacramento Valley, you have the luxury of having very deep alluvial soils. I mean, that's why, partly why the Central Valley is so productive agriculturally, is because of the good quality soils. It's not everywhere, but certainly in some areas, such as in Davis here, you can see the soil. This is a nice loam just to this layer that may be, a hard pan or a compacted zone. But if you have 12 feet of good quality soil, you can grow a lot of different plant materials in that soil, as opposed to this soil, which is in South San Francisco. And this is just south of Candlestick Park. And you can see this black layer on the surface, close to the surface. That's indication that the oxygen levels are very, very low. It's really an indication that it's an anaerobic zone, or very little or no oxygen in the soil. And that would not be favorable for plant growth. And in this case, if you're managing plants on this at this site, and it has been developed, hopefully somebody did some soil remediation prior to any plant installation, and really improved the soil conditions, or removed the problematic soil and imported some good quality soil for a project. So we do, in urban areas, we deal with that. And here in San Mateo County, up in the hillsides, you can see that the density of the soils here, there's very little or no topsoil. It's really a rocky layer that they had to chip through during excavation. And here's another case in point. This is in San Francisco, a park that was developed, a spree park in San Francisco. It used to be an old industrial site. It got developed as a park, and it still is a park. but the soil quality is very poor, very dense soil conditions, and you can see water is not draining out after a rainfall. So managing effectively managing plants at this site would require some understanding of the soil conditions and trying to diagnose what may happen when, or what the cause of a problem is when plants decline in a site like this. You really have to look into the soil and understand what the soil conditions are. Keep in mind that soils can vary across large and small areas. Here you can see this is Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. The east end of the park, there are a lot of imported soils. The whole area largely is sand. Historically, it is sand dunes. And, you know, most of these homes and properties through here are on sand. But there is in the botanical garden and elsewhere in the more developed formal part of the park, the east end of the park, a lot of soils were imported, thinking that sand wasn't a great medium for many of the plant materials. And yet, you know, you can grow trees and other plants in sand if you know how to manage it. But one end of the polo field here may not be the same as the other end of the field in terms of soil conditions. Soil, over time, soil has been imported into this area and changes have occurred. And so if one end of the field is performing well and the other end not, then you might want to consider what's going on below ground and identify if there is a difference in soil conditions. All right, here's another case in point. This is up again in San Francisco at the University of San Francisco, right in front of the library here, and excavation is in progress, putting in a utility line, perhaps a water line.
Yes.
And
Right.
I'm getting some feedback here. Is there a question or?
Right.
I can't hear you. Huh. That's,
I think Charles needs to put himself on mute.
oh. Okay. Okay, we'll keep going here. So this is an excavation in front of the library, and you know, you can see there's excavation over here and excavation here, and the pile here is typical of what you'd find in, you know, in this area, largely sand. But over in this location, you find something quite different. It looks like construction rubble. And the performance of a tree planted here versus a tree planted here or other plant material would be affected by the below ground condition. And so if this the tree planted here, the one here is doing well, if you investigate both the locations, you might come up with a reasonable assessment as to what the cause of the poor performance or decline of the plant material is. And that would be related to the below ground condition. So again, soils are quite variable and they can vary, you know, in short distances from one another. Construction zones are notorious for causing difficulties with soils. After a construction project has occurred, there needs to be significant remediation of the soil. Construction materials, equipment, trucks, and so on, all cause problems, whether it be compaction or chemistry, chemical changes in the soil that all affect plant materials and plant performance. One part of diagnosis is sort of biotic or abiotic. With biotic, oftentimes you'll see either the organism itself, whether it be an insect, or signs of the organism, such as the release of honeydew. This is a red gum lerp psyllid, and you can see its stages, various stages of the psyllid itself on the leaf, and then also the honeydew or the sap that's being exuded from the leaves. So you know, with biotic problems, you can find the agent itself. In abiotic problems, you don't have that. You have to base your diagnosis on symptoms. And you know, and in this situation, if you put this under a dissecting microscope and you look for insects, which you should do, you don't find any either signs or the body of the insect or perhaps a fungus, then you can say, well, maybe this is an abiotic disorder. And indeed it is. This is boron toxicity, which I'll talk about. So we have lots of various abiotic agents. This is in the San Francisco Zoo, and the giraffe like to really take off the bark of the of the Monterey cypress. And well, this tree is pretty much dead, but nonetheless, I'm sure they leave it there just for the giraffe to, I don't know, scratch its nose or whatever. But obviously, this is lands in the biotic category, not abiotic. If you see dieback of discrete areas of the canopy or the crown, so dieback of discrete areas of canopy often, not always, suggests that the problem is biotic. So here you can see the ends of the branches of this Monterey pine dying back. And you see a number of locations here where you see the needles turning necrotic brown, and there's dieback, but it's in discrete areas. It's not the whole crown of the tree. And in this case, this is happened to be a pitch canker, a fungus that occurs on Monterey pine that's caused the dieback of a lot of Monterey pines in the San Francisco Bay Area. But again, this seeing discrete areas dying back in the canopy would suggest to me that this is a biotic problem. It doesn't definitely or definitively mean it is biotic, but it would suggest that, and that I would be looking along those lines of what might affect Monterey pine and cause that symptom. Here you can see again discrete areas of the crown of this pear dying back, and in this case, this is a fire blight, which is a bacterial infection that occurs on plants in the Rosaceae family. And so again, when you see this symptom, it would lead you, or it would suggest that this may be a biotic problem. Again, not necessarily, not absolutely, but it's a possibility. Here's another case in point. There's a very large coast redwood in Palo Alto that the top died back out of it. The whole top of it died. You can see the size of there's a close-up, and this is a fella in the tree, climbed the tree and collected a sample. Because we're asked, you know, what's the problem? Well, when I see that, it would suggest to me, again, that this is a biotic problem, not an abiotic problem. It would suggest that there is a deterioration or loss of tissue in this area of the trunk and water is no longer able to support the foliage in the upper part of the canopy. So rapid dieback of the upper 20 feet of this coast redwood suggests a biotic problem. And indeed, it was, there is an organism called, that causes redwood canker. And we see it in Sonoma County and Marin County occasionally, not extensively, but it does occur. But again, that would be a biotic case of a biotic problem. If the symptoms are distributed throughout the crown, that suggests that there's a below ground cause. So instead of discrete areas like this branch or this stem dying back and the rest of the tree looking fine, the whole tree, the whole crown declines. That would suggest that something below ground is causing this decline. In other words, the root system is being affected, and the root system becomes dysfunctional and can't provide the resources needed to maintain hydration levels in the crown. This is a large coast live oak. It's no longer a live oak, I guess, but it was rapid decline of the tree. Here's another, again, a coast live oak. This is in Atherton, and very rapid decline, but of the whole crown. And again, that suggests to me that the problem is below ground. And indeed, that was the case. In this case, there was an irrigation valve that was leaking, and water was saturating the soil in the root zone of this tree, which creates conditions very favorable for an organism called Phytophthora. And Phytophthora causes a decline of the root system and can rapidly kill a whole tree, such as this. The year before, this tree looked like this. And then in a short period of time, it went to this. But again, this was a below ground problem because of the whole tree was declining. Keep in mind that abiotic problems can lead to biotic problems. And we see this in the Bay Area, in Marin County. There are a number of cases. These Monterey pines are in Marin County and are on a hillside that's non-irrigated. They grew well for a number of years, and then a couple of dry winters came along and they became water stressed. Well, when Monterey pine becomes water stressed, they really become basically lunch for some bark beetles. The California five-spined engraver beetle successfully attacks water-stressed pines. And in this case, these two pines became water stressed, and they became susceptible to a successful attack by bark beetles. So it's an abiotic problem leading to an abiotic problem. Okay, abiotic water deficit leading to infestation by bark beetles, which is biotic. Why didn't this tree get affected? Differences occur in short distances. So this tree can be tapped into water that these trees aren't. And obviously this tree didn't become water stressed, and as a result was able to defend itself against the bark beetles. So abiotic problems can lead to biotic problems. Keep in mind that multiple factors can contribute to injury symptoms. Here you can see these are London plane trees over in Alameda. Here you can see the Oakland Coliseum, and this is exposed to wind. This is salt water here. This is decomposed granite. It's all largely imported soil. These trees have been in the ground for 17 years. and you can see how poorly they perform. And London plane or sycamore is really a tough tree. It's industrial strength, and it just hasn't been able to get hasn't been able to adjust to the conditions at this site. And indeed, there are multiple contributing factors here. The soil below ground would be a good place to start. Certainly, it was likely compacted prior to the installation of the trees. Decomposed granite was placed on top of the soil and compacted as well. You have wind coming through this area, some severe winds. There is no irrigation. Then you have salt water, and you can have some salt water spray or salt water intrusion into the root zone. So in this case, I would say the primary factor is below ground soil conditions, and then contributing factors may be wind and salt water intrusion. So multiple factors can contribute to injury symptoms, and you have to sort out what may be primary, what's secondary, and what's tertiary. What you don't want to do is focus on a tertiary factor and consider that to be primary, because trying to correct that would not lead to a reversal of the condition or a favorable outcome. Okay, I think this is a good place to stop and take a short break. We're thinking about 7 or 8 minutes, and right after the break, we can start with specific disorders. And also, Carol and Melissa, if there are questions, we can take those right after the break, or we can press on and wait till the end. Whatever you choose to do.
Great.
There's not too many questions.
Oh, okay. So then maybe we just take our break and then we'll press on.
Well, maybe we can review with you the questions that are in the chat while they take a break, and then everybody, it looks perfect. People could come back at 10:15. That looks like that's about 7 minutes. So.
Right. Okay. Sounds good.
So Melissa, do you want to share with him what's in the chat?
Yeah, we have. I'm curious about the remediation suggestions you have for the issues presented. And then it was mentioned that you mentioned both abiotic and biotic. When we are looking for a problem, we must look at both. And I think it's just him making a statement about that, because you did say that we did need to look at both. Yeah,
and that's very true. And you definitely want to always consider both. But in terms of that first question, I'll be addressing how to remediate problems when we're talking about specific disorders.
Yeah, you might want to cover that when people come back from the break. So
okay.
And then there was
then this one you might want to cover when we come back from the break too. Does gray water adversely affect redwoods? My neighbor has the dying redwood watered with the aforementioned, and she may not be here to hear the answer. So how about we wait till the end, till we come back from break to answer that.
Okay, so got a question about gray water, and then one about remediation, and then about it. Okay. All right, and I'm gonna go up and get a cup of water.
Okay.
Sounds good. Okie dokie. Are you ready, Larry?
Yeah. Okay. Now we start into specific disorders. But first I'll address some of the questions in the chat. And a question from Stephen Fisher. You mentioned both abiotic and biotic. When we are looking at a problem, we must look at both, and that's very true. Thanks for mentioning that. That's a starting point. Right after you identify the species, of course, then you can try to sort out whether it could be a biotic or abiotic problem. Another question is, I'm curious what remediation suggestions you may have for the issues presented. And I'll get into those when I talk about specific disorders. I think that's more appropriate to talk about, what you can do for, let's say, mineral deficiencies or salt problems and so on. And then there was what was the other question about?
Gray water?
Can gray water adversely affect redwoods? The publication we have is on recycled water, not on gray water. And yes, they can affect redwoods or any other species, depending upon what's in the gray water. And, gray water can be quite variable. And so I would, say that probably some plant materials are sensitive to gray water. But again, what's in it? Are there large amount of salts in it, or there's specifically like a lot of sodium or chloride or boron, so on. So you really have to identify what is in the gray water. If you're fairly confident it's relatively clean or quite dilute in terms of salts, then I think it'd be okay. But again, you can do a water quality analysis. You can send it to a lab to find out if there is a problem. One thing I wanted to mention is that when you're on the helpline and somebody's describing a problem to you, it's oftentimes very helpful to ask them to send you a photograph of the tree. You understand the situation, tree or shrub or ground cover, and you get a better idea of the symptoms and what's around it and so on. I do this on a regular basis. If somebody calls and has a declining tree, I'll say, okay, send me a photograph by email or text or whatever, and then let's talk after I've seen the photograph, or we can look at the photograph together and determine what might be the problem. So just when you're on the helpline trying to sort things out, it's really good to have a photo in front of you. Okay, I'm going to close the chat here if I can. Okay. All right. So specific disorders. All right. Stop share. I'm not able to advance this, so I think I have to obscure. I'm not sure what might be the problem here.
So you can no longer page down?
That's correct. Yeah. Okay. Let me. I think I have to get rid of this first. Huh. Yeah, that's curious.
Yeah, because it says we're still viewing your screen, Larry.
Yeah, it's just not advancing. The slides aren't advancing, so maybe I need to pause the share or stop the share. Let's try this. Okay, now I'm going to share the screen. Desktop. Share.
Okay, we see it now. So now let's see if you can page down.
No.
So when you hit page down, it doesn't.
No, maybe I'll use this.
Yeah, maybe you
There
can
we
do
go.
that.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, it just wasn't working on my keyboard, so. Okay, sorry about that. Let me get my pointer back.
Diagnostic treatment, right?
Yeah, yeah. All right, here we go. Okay, the first specific disorder we'll address is water deficits, also called water stress or drought. Just basically a lack of water, sufficient amounts of water to maintain the physiology and growth of the plant material. And the symptoms really vary in terms of water deficit injury. And that's what I call it, water deficit injury. Symptoms range from wilt to tree death. There you can see, I believe this is a hackberry that is wilting. And of course, here's coast redwoods that are completely dead. And these are the range of symptoms that you can see associated with water deficit. And we're all familiar with what wilt looks like. And then, of course, total dehydration. The initial symptoms of water deficit, the first thing that happens to a plant when water deficits occur is they stop growing or they grow very slowly. Basically, cell division and cell enlargement stop or slow down quite a bit. There's an example of that. These chrysanthemums were all planted this size. They were all this size initially. And then they were giving varying amounts of water, increasing amounts of water. So this one got very little or water, enough to just keep it alive. And this got a little bit more and more. And this was greater amounts and higher frequency. So what you can see here is the growth response or lack of growth response to insufficient amounts of water. This is a chrysanthemum that's really has been stunted in terms of its growth, and this is what closer to what the chrysanthemum should look like if it was well hydrated, and this is pretty much optimal conditions. So if you're a chrysanthemum grower, you want to be trying to shoot for irrigation levels that can generate foliage and growth, such as this. If you're doing this, you're likely to be out of business in a short period of time. But this is all as a result of water availability for the plant. And basically, it shows that a water deficit can lead to a lack of growth or minimal or no growth of plant material. So if you're diagnosing a problem where growth is really limited or there's minimal amount of growth, then it may be a water deficit issue. One way to sort that out is just to start to irrigate, of course. Here are some coast redwoods. Again, for a conifer, the needles should look like this. The color should be kind of a bright green, and there should be robust needles. The density of the foliage should be similar to this. as opposed to here's a water stress condition. This is more severe than this, but undersized leaves, discolored needles suggests that this is a growth response or lack of growth associated with insufficient amounts of water. Both of these samples were taken in Marin County, from a parking lot, a commercial parking lot close to Lucas Valley Road. And these trees were not being irrigated. These trees were close to an irrigation source. So again, as a result of insufficient amounts of water, undersized, poor growth, undersized needles, a thin crown is the symptoms. Moving on from just a growth response, if the water deficit becomes more severe and perhaps the plant material is more sensitive as well, then you can start to see on leaves necrosis or dehydration of tissues, typically along the margins at the tips and at the tips of the leaves first. But this is advanced stages, a more advanced stage of water deficit. Again, you can have other agents that cause this, but you have to sort out whether, what the dehydrating agent is. And in this case, it was just simply a lack of water. And more advanced stage of water deficit is leaf drop. So you have leaf necrosis. First, you have a lack of growth, then leaf necrosis, and then leaf drop. Basically abscission of leaves from the stems, and the plant just can't support the leaves, full crop of leaves, because of insufficient amounts of water. And you can see both symptoms on the edges of the necrosis on the edge of the leaves here, and that led to developed into dieback of the plant. And eventually, the stem tissues or the branch tissues dehydrate as well. That's really advanced stages. Another symptom that you can see from water deficit is early fall color on some plants. This is a Chinese pistache in Terra Linda. You can see it doesn't get irrigation. If it was a low rainfall year, then in August, you can see, what looks to be like fall color on pistache. And pistache color up beautifully, but it shouldn't be in August. It should be late September or October. So early fall color, especially on pistache and on some of the pears, is a symptom of water deficit. Yeah, again, you often see these situations occur in non-irrigated landscapes. It can even happen with our California native oaks. This is a deciduous oak, blue oak in Sonoma County, and this was late August, early September, in a drought year, and they're showing fall color rather than the leaves dropping later in September, late September, October. They're basically saying it's time to drop our leaves because we don't have enough water to support the crown, the foliage in the crown, as a result of water deficit. Situations where water deficits are commonly found, go to your local parking lot, and where if they have trees in the parking lot, oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes you'll see water deficits. The parking lots are not favorable generally not favorable for tree growth. Here's an ash tree, and this is again in Marin County. This is in the Northgate shopping mall a number of years ago. And this ash tree grew well for a number of years. I mean, it was able to generate enough growth to get to this size, but this is a summertime shot or photo, and you can see a lot of leaf drop on this individual, and it's related to water deficits. Basically, the size of the planting hole or the planting space or the root soil volume for root development is limiting the resources or water available to maintain hydration levels in the crown. So it was able to grow for a number of years and fill out the soil volume, and now it's being limited and no longer, especially in drought years, that it can't support the foliage in the crown of the tree. And this is particularly a problem in parking lots because you have a lot of heat generated from the asphalt, reflected light from the cars, and full exposure of the tree to the elements. There's no shading in the afternoon and so on. So here's another case. This is over in Alameda County, and these are London Plains. You can see they're not performing well. And again, parking lots generally are not created for the trees in terms of their development. They're oftentimes heavily compacted. There's subbase below the asphalt or other surface material that is compacted, and it's not favorable for root growth. And as a result, you get some very poor performance of trees. And typically it's a lack of water resource available to support the crown of the tree. So that's okay. And this, you can have a lot of variation again, in terms of water deficit. One location can be favorable or quasi-favorable, and another location unfavorable. You can see here, this is a median in San Francisco. They're replacing the plant materials in the median. And this is on 19th Avenue leading out towards Highway 280. This is coming into San Francisco. And they've basically grubbed out and they've dug a planting hole here that looks okay in terms of soil conditions, but this is also another planting hole. And you can see the conditions here, which is more favorable for tree development or plant development. And you can see that in this case, root development is going to be restricted severely by the density of the soil and the subbase materials in the planting hole. And yet this one at least stands a chance of developing roots into the adjacent soil. And in this case, again, water resources are severely limited in the lower case as opposed to the upper case. And the whole median was planted. And, it looks okay right after planting. I'm trying to recall. Oh, yeah, these are eucalyptus. They were planted. And so each of those planting holes, regardless of whether the soil was good or not, was planted. And you can expect the outcome to be favorable in some locations and unfavorable in other locations. And again, it's a limited resource, specifically the water resource being limited in availability for root development and sustaining hydration levels in the crown of the tree. Unfortunately, I think pretty much all of these trees are gone. I don't think any of them made it, perhaps one or two, but just poor planting and poor design and installation and development or maintenance of the trees. This happens and it's not infrequent, unfortunately. Another condition where you can expect water deficits is trees in containers. If you have a tree that can develop a fairly good size, like this Ficus microcarpa, the laurel fig, excuse me, if you have that in a small container, you can expect that it's not going to perform very well because of a lack of water resource and basically a water deficit on a regular basis, especially when you have herbaceous material competing for water resources in the same container. This is just set up. If you want to see what water stress looks like, go ahead and do this. Plant a tree that can develop a good stature in a small container. You'd have to pretty much stand over it with the hose to, keep the tree going. Even large containers. This is back on the East Coast in Philadelphia, and they put very large containers in installed trees. But eventually the trees are going to grow to such a size that they're going to demand more and more water. And so it's eventually going to be limited. The tree is going to be limited in the size of this container. So again, trees in containers are generally a bad match in my view. They can develop for a period of time and look good, but after 5, 6, 7 years, they develop. If you're doing a good job of watering, they're going to develop a canopy where the demand is greater than the supply. And then you start to see water deficit symptoms, especially when all of a sudden you get warm days in the summer and you just can't keep up with the watering. These bougainvillea in containers are all on an irrigation system. And so that's one way to avoid frequent water stress or water deficit in plants in containers. But again, large plants in containers are generally a bad match. And it's a bad match because they restrict root development to a limited soil volume. Here are some cork oaks that are showing poor color. Cork oaks generally don't look like this in the summer. This is not a springtime photo. They're not growing, and there's some dieback up.
Larry seems to have frozen for a minute, so let's see if he's going to unfreeze. Huh.
Do you want me to call him?
Might be a good idea, or text him. Yeah. Sorry, folks.
Hey. I don't know if Larry ever sent me his phone number.
Okay, let's see if we can find. Okay, so folks, go ahead and take a break for a second while we work out getting in touch with Larry.
Yeah, let me get my other computer. Oh, I'm sure I have a phone number, no problem. Okie dokie. Let's go to mail. Let's do this.
Yeah, here's a phone number for him. 415
415
225 5567
225 5567.
67.
New thing to learn. Always have a phone number.
I'll try text. You want me to call him?
I'm calling him right now.
Okay.
I have so many papers on my desk, it took me a moment to find my phone.
Hi, this is Larry. If you'd like to leave a message, please wait for the tone.
Okay. Do you want to?
Text him,
Yeah.
okay.
Otherwise-
Is he still frozen?
He's dropped off. I don't even see him on the
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but I
Oh,
lost.
good, you're here. Yay.
Okay, yay.
Yeah, I had to reload it, reconnect to.
Woohoo. Okay,
Zoom.
folks.
Yeah, sorry about that.
We're back.
Yeah, okay, so I'll go to share screen.
To replay your message, press 1. To continue recording, press 2. To delete.
Whoa, getting closer.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
All right, there we go.
And now if you can then, yeah, perfect.
Perfect.
Well, hopefully it'll continue. I'm not sure what the connectivity problem was, but okay, so you can hear me all
That's
right?
okay, it's one of these days, Larry.
Yeah, well, okay, so I was talking about these cork oaks that are in a area like a median, a circular median in San Mateo County, and they're showing signs of distress, poor color, lack of growth, and dieback. You see some of the dieback here, and the question is, what was the problem? And we related this or determined that it was largely a water deficit problem, and it was caused by a restriction in the root volume, the soil volume for root development that can support the crown of the trees. Basically, these trees could be considered in a low roots may or may not develop outside of this median. Some will probably develop under the asphalt, but they have been restricted in their development, similar to being in a container. And so, what was the remedy to that, or how do you decide and confirm that might be the case? Well, you irrigate. And so we did irrigate, and here are the trees after irrigation. We flood irrigated this whole area. And so this was a water deficit problem that was caused by a restriction in the soil volume available for root development and resource acquisition, water resource acquisition. What's the long-term solution? Well, I think they're going to have to thin out some of the trees here. In drought years or water deficit years, or low water rainfall years, might have to flood irrigate during the summer months, but also you just have a whole lot of demand for water in the canopy of these trees. And if the supply is limited, you have to try to match the demand with the supply. amount of leaf area by removing some of the trees, and perhaps keeping them reduced in size over time. But again, another case where water deficits are causing decline and dieback. Oftentimes where you'll find water deficits is in newly planted container stock. These trees came out of either 15-gallon containers or 24-inch boxes. They're planted in the ground. All the roots are confined right in root ball. And unless water is supplied directly to the root ball, they are sensitive or subject to water deficits. Because on a warm day with this much leaf area and a limited root ball size or limited volume for roots, then you have very limited water supply. The water can be depleted in one day if it's a warm, windy day. And as a result, then you start to see water deficit symptoms. And this happens fairly frequently on newly planted container stock. You really have to develop a system, irrigation system, so the water is supplied directly to the root ball until roots can get out into the soil and develop in the soil, and have a larger soil volume to extract water from, as opposed to having all the roots concentrated in the root ball initially after planting. And so that's the target for irrigation after planting is directly to the root ball. You can set up an irrigation system that's used for the first year or 2 years, and then convert to a sprinkler system that irrigates the whole area, because then the whole area becomes a root zone. So here's another case where newly planted container plants are put in and insufficient amounts of water are applied. And as a result, you have this outcome, which is unfortunate. These are costly plants to begin with, to buy them, and then to install them. And yet, they were just ignored in terms of the water requirements after planting. A real bad match is trees with very large canopies or crowns that are grown in containers, planted in a landscape in a warm summer location, and wind comes up. Water losses from these crowns can be really substantial. In this situation, perhaps in a half a day, these can become dehydrated. And these are some of the same trees after they start to be irrigated and maintain higher levels of hydration. But the damage is already done on a few of them. And these are very expensive trees. It could be 36 or 48-inch box trees. So this is a situation, again, where container grown trees with large canopies planted in windy locations can result in troublesome conditions. And keep in mind that irrigation systems have limitations. So even though you're seeing water deficit symptoms, and say, well, could it really be water deficit because there's an irrigation system? There's a drip line, and there are emitters going to each of the plants. How can that be a water deficit? Well, it certainly can be, because these systems have to be scheduled appropriately. You have to be able to design and scheduled appropriately. You have to make sure that you have a sufficient amounts of emitters at the base of each of the trees, and they're putting on sufficient amounts of water to keep the plants hydrated. So just because you have an irrigation system doesn't mean that you can't have water deficit problems in a landscape. And, you can also have valve malfunctions. So these are good systems, but they're not perfect systems, and they have to be designed and managed appropriately. Otherwise, you can have problems. Another situation where a water deficit occurs is where trenching and root cutting has occurred. You can see this large tree here. This happens to be in Hawaii, and a large trench has been installed or dug right next to the tree, cutting some roots along the way. When you cut roots, that results in a water deficit. Those roots function in water uptake and water transmission to the leaves and the bark tissues. And if you cut roots, you are going to have a negative impact on the hydration levels in the plant material, whether it be a tree, shrub, or ground cover, but particularly in trees. So avoid this. If this has happened, and perhaps it's been covered up and you can't see the trench, you have to ask the questions. Well, has there been any disturbance to the root system to this tree in recent past, within a year, 2 years, 3 years, prior to any water deficit symptoms? And, people can, oh yeah, we had to put in an irrigation line or a drain line or whatever, and we put a trench that was 2 feet deep right next to the tree. Well, that gives you some indication that the problem, decline in the tree, may be related to a loss of roots. And here you can see some foundation installation and a lot of trenching that occurs right next to these redwoods that then can lead to water deficit and decline. Here's just another case. This is in San Francisco, where a utility box was going to be installed in a park that's being renovated. And you can see all the roots that have been cut right along here. And these are all near the surface and would be active in water uptake. And all of a sudden you lose the water that was being supplied by these roots to the canopy of the crown and the trunk tissues. And as a result, you will have a water deficit. How much is too much? That varies with the tree, the species. It varies with how much root cutting was done, but it's something to avoid as much as possible. And what we say is, when in construction projects, and you have trees, you create what's called a tree protection right around the tree. And there are a lot of specifications that are available to help you identify how large of a tree protection zone is needed to avoid this type of outcome. Keep in mind that fill soils can cause water deficits. Here are some oaks in Sonoma County, where you can see that the original grade is at the bottom of this box. And so all of this soil around these trees is fill soil that's placed upon the top of the root system, the original root system, and the original grade, which below which has the root system of these trees. And as a result of this, it's difficult for water to get down into where the root system exists. You just have to penetrate this whole layer that could be 2, 3, 4, 5 feet deep to get down to where the roots are, where the water needs to be. And so this situation can cause water deficits. It can occur. By all means, if you are in a situation where fill soils are needed, such as this, you do need to have an area around the tree that is fill free. You need this well that's around the tree to keep soil away from the bark or the trunk of the tree, because these tissues are sensitive to being in contact with soil, wet soil for extended periods of time. I don't know if many of you are involved in landscape design or construction, but structural soils have kind of come into vogue somewhat. And these are load-bearing soils that basically this is the soil is basically a mixture of rock, certain type of rock, size of rock, and soil. The soil volume may be only 20% of the mix volume. And so this really limits water availability in this situation. So if you encounter a situation where structural soils have been used or being proposed for use, be careful, because you're going to need a very good and frequent water supply to provide for the needs of the tree or shrub that you're trying to grow. So just a bit of a caution there about structural soils. Okay, now we move on from not enough water to too much water, and too much water leads to aeration deficits. So first we had water deficits, not enough water, and now we're going to a situation where there's just too much water in the root zone. Yes, all plants, as we know, need water, but you can have too much. The roots respire. They require oxygen to function properly. They require oxygen to diffuse through the pores in the soil to the surface of the root, so that they do function and respire. And when you have excess water in the root zone, such as this case here, in this case here, where water sits up, basically the pores in the soil are being occupied by water and not by water and air. The water is excluding air-filled pores in the soil. They're filling up the pores with water instead of air. And as a result, you have aeration deficit, because there's a certain amount of oxygen dissolved in water, but it's not sufficient to support root function. And so when you have excess water in the root zone, frequent irrigation or excessive irrigation, poorly drained soils, you can have aeration deficits. And what that looks like is, it can be shown in this Pittosporum. It's basically the plant looks really anemic, poor color, chlorosis, leaf drop. This is not a typical density, crown density for Pittosporum. This is not typical color. It just looks sick. It has a really it doesn't thrive, and they don't grow either. So when you see this condition, it may be related to excess water in the root zone. You can see here already lost some of the Raphaelepis on the corners here, where looks like drainage is the worst. So these the plants materials that were originally planted here have been lost. The ones in the middle, it looks like they're a little better drainage, perhaps right up near the surface of the soil. I would expect that these plants would be very shallow rooted, while as this one would be deeper in the profile. And as a result of excess irrigation and poor drainage, you have this aeration deficit. And you can see it here as well on this. I forget what species of plant this was, but nonetheless, it's just sitting in water, and it looks like the soils are fairly fine as well, and drainage is poor. And so this is symptomatic of water aeration deficit. Now, some species are adapted to this condition, such as swamp cypress. It kind of gives you an indication that it can grow in very wet areas. And this Taxodium disticum, which is the tree that I showed you in Golden Gate Park, that was showed fall of color in January, as it should, because it's a deciduous conifer. But nonetheless, this is taken in Florida, and they have a special adaptation for dealing with aeration deficits, and that they have these little, almost like snorkels that come up from the root system, and there's air exchange from the atmosphere into the root zone, and this allows for respiration to occur in the roots, even though there is very little oxygen in the volume or the area that the roots are developing into. So this is a unique adaptation of a species to a very wet condition. And we have species such as this, and we also have riparian species, such as these two. This is up in Oregon, and these are inundated with river water for extended periods of time, and they're adapted to that. I believe that these are either Oregon ash, or they might be alders. I'm not sure. I didn't walk out there to check, but nonetheless, there are riparian species that are adapted to very wet conditions, and if you're dealing with very wet conditions, then you want to look at species such as this. But many of our species aren't adapted to aeration deficits or excess water in the root zone, and such as these are xylosma being irrigated in a commercial planting, and they're just a failure to thrive. They are anemic. They just look sick, and here you can see a lot of leaf drop, discoloration. These should be green leaves, not yellow leaves. And basically the roots are not functioning. They're suffocating because they're not getting enough oxygen to support their needs physiologically. And here's another case. This is in the Presidio in San Francisco. Saucer magnolia, Soulangeana, and right next to an irrigated turf area. Who knows what the soil was like right here. This is at the Lucas Digital Arts Center, and shortly after it was planted, and excess water in the root zone, and these could have been imported soils. Likely they were, and perhaps didn't drain as well as needed for this magnolia. And you can see again, just a chlorosis. Here are some necrosis as well. It's indicative of root dysfunction, and roots again respire. They need to have oxygen available for metabolism, and when that doesn't occur, they are no longer functional, and as a result, can't support the growth and development of the top of the crown. Here's another case. These were Monterey pines planted. Some were planted on a slope where drainage was fairly good, and all were planted at the same time. This individual was planted down on the flat area. Soil didn't drain very well. It was irrigated, water accumulated in the root zone, and this suffered severely from an aeration deficit. follows up on the slope where drainage was better and water didn't accumulate on the surface and in the root zone. Growth and development and what's sustained and have healthy looking trees. Here, this is a situation, of course, that we want to avoid. Trees are not good swimmers, and these are cork oaks in a planter that received a lot of winter irrigation or winter rainfall, and the drainage was very poor. And so you can expect an unfavorable outcome. So that's the two big abiotic disorders associated with water, either a lack of water deficit, or too much water, which is aeration deficit. And both can be managed with good species selection and water management. Now we'll go into mineral deficiencies, and we do see mineral deficiencies. These are elements that are required for plant growth and development. You probably are aware that there are essential elements such as nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, iron, calcium, magnesium, so on, that are required for to sustain plant growth. And one of the elements that is needed in greatest quantities is nitrogen. Nitrogen deficiency occurs, and the symptoms are seen as a chlorosis or yellowing, lack of chlorophyll, loss of chlorophyll in the older leaves. Not so much in the younger leaves, but in the older leaves. So the symptoms initially occur in the leaves that are older than the new leaves that are being generated. And here you can see it in citrus that's in a container. Now, how do we determine whether that is nitrogen deficiency or something else? Well, you can apply some nitrogen. In this case, I applied some nitrogen in the form of ammonium sulfate to this container, and after about a month, or probably a month and a half, you start to see chlorophyll being generated by in the leaves, and going from a chlorotic condition to a less chlorotic condition. Also, one thing that you might note is when nitrogen is deficient, you don't get a lot of growth. Once nitrogen does become available, then you can see some growth occurring. Growth is always a sign of fairly good health. If you see that the plant is growing, putting on buds and shoots and growing, then it's doing, has conditions that are favorable to do that. So something is working, especially in the root zone. You can see here the new growth is occurring. It's being stimulated by the availability of nitrogen in the root zone of this plant. Citrus has a relatively high requirement for nitrogen. So if you see a citrus, whether it be in the ground or in a container that is becoming chlorotic, you might consider nitrogen as being the cause of the problem. Nitrogen deficiency is common in turf. You can see here, chlorosis here. Nitrogen was applied to this turf, but it wasn't applied uniformly. You can see where it was applied and where it wasn't applied. So nitrogen deficiency is common in turf, but not common in woody plants that are well established in the landscape. So you don't see much nitrogen deficiency for plants that are woody plants, not herbaceous plants, woody plants, not turf, woody plants that are well established in the landscape. these Monterey pines in the background, other plant materials that even these birch that have become established in the landscape, and they're woody plants. We don't oftentimes see nitrogen deficiency. So why did we see it in the citrus? It was because it was in a container and not in the ground. So when they're in the ground, it's not real common to see nitrogen deficiency on woody plants that are established, not newly planted plants, but ones that have been in the ground for a few years and the roots have developed into the landscape soil. And so that's, yet we oftentimes get the nitrogen fertilizer out and apply it, across a broad spectrum of plant materials, and not all of them really need it. When they're young and just when they've been planted, it's good to have some nitrogen available, but typically when they're established, they don't need it. And in fact, you can cause problems by fertilizing with nitrogen and stimulating growth on certain species, such as on some of the California native oaks. And you can get powdery mildew infections as a result of growth stimulation via nitrogen fertilization. What we do see, and we don't see much in terms of phosphorus or potassium deficiencies either. They're very uncommon in landscapes and in established woody plants. Yet those are the big three: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. That's in many of the fertilizers that we use, and yet you have to question whether they're really needed in certain situations. In containers, yes. For herbaceous plants, yes. For turf, yes. But for established woody plants, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, you want to think through that and make sure there is a need for it. What we do see is in certain landscapes and under certain conditions is iron deficiency. And iron deficiency expresses itself as what we call interveinal chlorosis. You can see between the veins, it's yellow. And this is meaning it's chlorotic, but the veins are green. And so that's interveinal chlorosis. And that's typical for iron deficiency. And it typically occurs on the young foliage, not on the older leaves, but on the new leaves that are developing on the tree or woody plant. You can see it here expressed on the uppermost parts where the young shoots are developing on these sweet gum, which is sensitive to iron deficiency. That's a very kind of classic situation and condition or symptoms for iron deficiency. Why did these three trees show iron deficiency and not this one? Same species, fairly similar conditions, but you don't know that because you don't know exactly what's going on below ground. These could have chemistry, soil chemical characteristics or conditions that are not similar to what's going on right here. You could have soil that's different here than here, here, or here. So we do have this localized variability that occurs in landscapes, and just need to be aware of that. Iron deficiency occurs as a result of the soil being, the soil pH being on the alkaline side or above 7. So when the pH of the soil goes above 7, and you have a sensitive species such as sweet gum, you can see iron deficiency symptoms. It's basically, as the pH becomes alkaline above 7, iron becomes less available in the soil. So iron can be in the soil, but it becomes bound in another form that can't be taken up by the tree or other plant material. And as a result, you can see iron deficiency. And so what do you do to determine whether this is iron deficiency? Well, you check the pH of the soil. And in this case, we found the pH to be above 8. And so that would be a suggestion that, yes, those are conditions that would be favorable for iron deficiency occurring in a sensitive species. Not all species are real sensitive to iron deficiency, but some are. Here are symptoms associated with iron deficiency. Intervenal chlorosis, this is more severe than this. And here's the iron sufficient condition where you have ample iron iron is an integral part of the chlorophyll molecule, and chlorophyll is just basically needs iron to function, and so when you have it deficient, then you see a lack of chlorophyll. And here you can see what do you do about iron deficiency? Well, one thing, of course, is to reduce the pH, which can take a lot of time, especially in established landscapes, or you can treat with what's called an iron chelate. And we did that on sweet gum that was iron deficient up on the Davis campus. And we just applied, sprayed on some iron chelate, and you can see these little green islands occurring throughout the leaf where iron was able to be absorbed into the leaf and then create chlorophyll to cause these green islands to develop. And you can see here concentrations of iron occurred here, and chlorophyll developed as a result. If you want a more uniform result than this, you can use a spreader with the iron chelate, and it spreads the material across the leaf, and it might look more like this than having green islands. But nonetheless, that tells you that it was an iron deficiency. Manganese deficiency is very similar to iron. So, if your iron application doesn't work, then it might be a manganese deficiency, because again, it's an intervenal chlorosis. And this is, again, species selective. Some species are more susceptible than other species. Another micronutrient that occasionally is deficient in landscapes, very uncommon. I've never seen it on landscape plants. This is on almond from an almond orchard in the Central Valley, and zinc deficiency simply causes this. It's called little leaf deficiency, or causes this rosetting at the terminal of shoots. So it's a kind of an interesting symptom, but we generally don't see zinc deficiency all that much. For the abiotic book, we had to use this photo landscape where we had, classic zinc deficiency, although I'm sure it can occur in some locations for some species. Okay, how are we doing on time? We got, we're going to finish at 11:45. Is that correct?
You're on.
Yes. Okay. All right. I think we better just keep going, and to get through. There are specific ion toxicities. So when we just talked about mineral deficiencies, now certain elements can be toxic if the concentration is high enough. And two of those elements that occur in either water and soils are boron and chloride. And boron toxicity occurs in water, irrigation water. And if there is a sensitive species that's being irrigated with boron in high concentrations, it can cause toxicity symptoms. The symptoms are quite distinctive. It's this pitting, necrotic pitting along the margins of the leaves. You can see these small dots and pits, and some of them coalesce and create this necrotic tissue along the margin. Boron is soluble in the water. Water evaporates in greatest amounts from the tips and the margins of leaves, and boron gets it's dissolved in the water, becomes deposited on these areas which are high transpiration centers or water loss centers. And when the boron concentration reaches a certain level, it causes this toxicity symptom. Fairly distinctive. And it occurs again on the Davis campus. The water has relatively high boron concentrations. And so in late summer, we'll see these symptoms on certain plant materials. Chloride is another element that can occur in high concentrations. And as we found in recycled water and with sensitive species such as coast redwood, you can have some toxicity symptoms. Here you can see it on hackberry. It's quite different from boron toxicity. You see tissues near the tip dying back, and there's this discrete margin between the necrotic tissue, which is basically killed by excess chloride, and the tissue that hasn't been fully killed, or it's likely to, if chloride toxicity continues, then it can be killed as well. But you see this oftentimes, this discrete margin between the necrotic and the still healthy tissue. So chloride can occur in irrigation water. It can be supplied even with some of our fertilizer materials. If you're interested or you have concerns about boron and it being toxic to some plants, in the Abiotic publication, we do provide a list of boron tolerance species or boron tolerance of species. So they can be ranked as high tolerance, moderate tolerance, low tolerance. And here are some for ground covers. So rosemary is moderately tolerant of boron, well as in herbaceous plants. The low tolerance is delphinium, helianthus, most ferns, and so on. So that information is available in the Abiotic book. And so you can check that if you think that there are some boron issues. It's principally boron and chloride that cause problems. Sodium can cause problems as well. You need to do a laboratory analysis to really determine whether those are occur in the soil or water in excess amounts. Salt injury does occur in landscape plants. It is very similar to water deficit. In fact, basically it's the same as water deficit because it results in slow growth or no growth and dehydration of tissues. Basically, water cannot, if there's excess salts in the root zone, water cannot effectively or efficiently move into the root system and support hydration levels needed in the top. And as a result, you get very similar symptoms to water deficits. So here is increasing salt concentration on Hebe, and here's low salt, moderate salt, high salt. Moderate salt can be severe on sensitive species. So this amount of salt perhaps gives these symptoms, lack of growth on hebe, but perhaps on other species, it could look like this. So there's variation in species to salt levels. And here it is, symptoms on pine needle necrosis. It looks very much like, again, water deficit. Sources of salts include de-icing salts. So if you're in cold winter areas where you have snowfall and ice and the roads need to be cleared, oftentimes they use ice de-icing salt, which if applied to the plant materials can cause excess salts in the root zone and can cause dehydration of the foliage and dieback, as you can see here on this bed of junipers. This happens to be in Denmark, where they do have a fair bit of cold temperatures in the winter times. We have saltwater salt sources in the Bay Area. This is in the South Bay, down around Mountain View and San Jose. The salt ponds that you can see if you fly into SFO and look down on the approach, you see all these salt ponds in the South Bay area, and this is all salt. So yes, there are salts in salt water, and the water can intrude into the root zone or be sprayed into the root zone in some locations. Irrigation water can be high in salts. Recycled water can be high in salts, not necessarily high in salts, but it can be high in salts, depending on the treatment level and the source of the water. And fertilizers themselves, applying excess fertilizers in to landscape plantings can result in salt burn or salt disorders in our plants. We have certain areas in the Bay Area, around the Bay, where salt water is very close, and you can have salt spray, such as onto this golf course in Alameda, or in this course or location in San Mateo County, and so on. So where you're close to salt sources, you can expect that salt disorders or salt burn may be a problem. We do, again, in the Abiotic book, we provide lists of salt tolerance of species. So again, here's a species list, common name, plant type, whether tree or shrub, ground cover, and salinity tolerance. Is it low, moderate, or high? And so these have been put together, assessed, and so you can refer to this list, and it gives you the source for the information. I might say that it comes with a qualification that not all of these tests are same tests done for each of the plant materials. There's no standardized test or one standard test that's been used by all of these sources. And so you can have variable results. So this kind of gives you a guide, but keep in mind that you might see some variability in response of certain plant materials. And this also gives the boron tolerance for some of these species. Keep in mind that lab analysis is usually needed to confirm salt injury, specific ion toxicities, and mineral deficiencies. So if you suspect salt injury or specific ions such as boron, chloride, or sodium, or deficiencies such as nitrogen, iron, manganese, whatever, you typically need a lab analysis of either the soil or the plant tissue or the irrigation water to confirm that may be the case. Now in the 15 minutes we have left, I'm going to move through some other disorders. These are in the publication, so if you don't get sufficient detail today, you can refer to the publication and get more detail. Chemical injury can and does occur on plants. It's not real common, but it does occur. In this case, this is a sweet gum, and we're seeing dieback in the crown. And this is during the growing season. The trees should look like this, and they start to look like this, where you have necrotic leaves, small leaves, dieback sporadically throughout the crown. As it turns out, this tree was, these trees on this block in San Mateo County were treated with a growth regulator that limits fruit development. There are materials such as Florel and other materials that have been used to avoid fruit development, such as if you have an olive that's generating a lot of fruit and it's in along a walkway or in a plaza, patio area, and you want to minimize the fruit development. There are compounds that can be used to restrict fruit set. Be careful with these. They can cause problems. You have to be very careful. It's like a hormonal response of the tree to the chemical, and messing with hormones can cause drastic results. The fruit on sweet gum, it's a little ball that has these little spikes on it, and they drop to the ground. And the neighbors on this block decided they would didn't like that to happen. Apparently, punches holes in bike tires or whatever. And so they hired a contractor to spray the trees. And either the timing was off or the concentration was off or whatever. But this was a really poor outcome as a result of the treatment, and really jeopardized the health and growth of the trees. And this foaming was related to the treatment as well. So you have to be very careful. These trees were not treated with the compound. We weren't able to interview the applicator. In this case, he was no longer available to supply any information. So something went awry with this application. You really have to be careful with growth regulators on trees and avoid them. This is another case where growth regulator was sprayed under utility lines. Here, these trees, there are no utility lines on this side of the street. They weren't treated. These trees were treated with a growth regulator. These are Chinese evergreen elm. And again, you can see stunted growth. Actually, these are darker green than these leaves over here. So a concentration of chlorophyll in some of the leaves just messed up hormonal response as a result of the growth regulator being used. Again, this doesn't happen, but we do have cases surfacing from time to time, and just have to keep in mind that chemical injury can be a problem. We also see would be another form of chemical injury, which is herbicide toxicity. Herbicide toxicity, in this case, is caused of venal clearing or chlorosis. The veins have become chlorotic rather than the intervenal area. So this would not be iron deficiency or manganese deficiency. This either could be herbicide toxicity or some viruses cause this symptom as well. So you have to be careful, and this is when you have to rely on specialists to provide information, their assessment of what might be happening. And again, in the Abiotic publication, we do cover symptoms of herbicide toxicity, and I'll refer you to those pages because it does vary with the herbicide type and so on. This is a symptom of Roundup injury. I believe this is on an almond. And you can have injury as a result of spray drift of the Roundup landing on a non-target species. And as a result, you can get this really stunting of growth. But again, this is something that's something really needs some expertise to sort out what it might be, even if you suspect it's herbicide toxicity. We have sunburn injury, highlight injury occurs on sensitive species. Here it is on rhododendron. Believe it or not, this is on coast redwood. Really young foliage that occurs in spring on coast redwood can become sunburned when you have a bright, warm day in spring and you have foliage that's not hardened off. It doesn't develop a thick cuticle or waxy covering on the needle, and as a result, it can dehydrate rapidly on a bright spring day. This can occur on Doug fir as well as coast redwood. So sunburn injury on the exposed parts of the plant where exposed to light. Japanese maple is sensitive to sunburn, and the cultivars have different sensitivity to highlight conditions. When you remove trees that shade other plants, then you can have sunburn injury on the plants that are now exposed to higher light levels than before. This was a large deodar cedar that was in a backyard in San Francisco. It was removed. Then all of a sudden, these plants that were shaded are no longer shaded, and then you can see sunburn injury on some of those. The most severe effect of highlight on trees and other woody plants is when it occurs on the trunk, and the bark on the trunk can be just fried by exposed to high light conditions or excessive light, especially on young trees, on thin bark trees, and it typically occurs on the southwest side where the sun hits the tree, hits the bark, and basically fries or dehydrates the tissues, the bark tissues. Typically occurring in areas which have high summer temperatures. So if the summer temperature is 90, 95, 100, 105, the ambient temperature already says this bark is going to be very warm. And then if you have a lot of exposure, southwest exposure, and sunlight hitting that bark that's already warm or hot, that can be excessive and cause death of the bark tissue. And here you can see it on ash. This is in Terra Linda at the Northgate Mall, and a number of years ago. And this is all on the southwest side of the trees, and typically occurs in water deficit situations as well. So if the tree is poorly hydrated to begin with, and then you have massive heat loads from ambient temperatures and from exposure to high light conditions, then you can have this outcome, which can be very severe on many trees. Here it is on an oak. This is in Florida. This is on the southwest side. This is on the northeast side. And so very clear sunburn issues. This is a parking lot in Mendocino County, and classic sunburn injury on this maple, a young tree, water stressed, warm temperature area, exposed to southwest intensive sunlight during the summer months. and this is in Reno. Again, you see bark. These are what were called bark cankers, blackening of the bark, checking of the bark, lifting of the bark, just bark deterioration, dehydration. It's basically scalded or cooked by excess thermal loads on the tissues. Might say that there is also a thing called sun scald, which is different than sunburn injury. So we have sunburn and then sun scald. Sunburn occurs during the summer months when there are really high heat loads on the bark tissues. Sun scald occurs in the winter, typically in cold winter areas or locations. And it results as a result overnight low temperature. So if you have freezing temperatures overnight, and then that's followed by a clear, sunny day, the tissues that are cold at night all of a sudden get warmed very rapidly during the day. And as a result, it can exceed the tolerance of the tissues and then become dehydrated and killed. This is on a chestnut in the state of Washington. And I believe this is a sun scald injury. The other side of the tree was fine. And so this is, again, sun scald is different in terms of the conditions that result in this injury as opposed to sunburn. There are ways to deal with sunburn on trunks, and that's typically through whitewash of the trunks, 50% interior latex mixed with water, 50-50 mix painted onto the trunk. Here you can see on some nursery trees that are barren, the lower trunks are barren, exposed to sunlight, and in a warm summer area, these can become injured, and that's no longer a saleable tree when that occurs. It's best to leave lower leaves on young trees to shade the trunk. But if you don't have that option, if they've all been taken off in the nursery, then you can whitewash the lower trunks that are exposed. Again, this is particularly important in areas where are warm summer climates, such as Ukiah or Sacramento or Reno, where you have can have very warm summers. Don't confuse it with growth cracks that occur in bark. This is on a eucalyptus in San Francisco, very rapidly growing eucalyptus. And these are just natural occurrences when you have very rapid expansion or diameter growth in the trunk. We are at 11:44, and I'm thinking, let's see.
You actually have till 12, right, Melissa?
Right.
Although you might want to.
Yes, you have until 12 o'clock, and there's a couple of questions for you too. So
Okay, all right, then let me just keep going, and then hopefully we'll have some time for questions. We just talked about sunburn injury and high temperature injury, or injuries that exceed the thermal limits of tissues, whether it be leaves or trunk tissues. You can also have low temperature injury, as we all know. Freezing temperatures, frosts can cause injury to sensitive plants. And of course, some are very tolerant of low temperatures and some are quite sensitive. This is brush cherry, Syzygium paniculatum, and occurred, this is in San Mateo County. It's sensitive to low temperatures. And when we have a freeze occur, then you can see this kind of bronzing of the foliage. This princess flower, this is again an outcome or a symptom associated with low temperature, such as this reddening of the foliage where it should be green. This would be an indication that perhaps the temperatures were low the night before. So it causes a discoloration of foliage, bronzing, and it may or may not kill branch or stem tissues. Don't be in a rush to remove plants that are injured by low temperatures. Some of them will recover. Sometimes it's just foliar injury that occurs. And the branch tissues are still alive and will generate new growth, such as on this myoprim that occurred, that was exposed to low temperatures overnight, caused the foliar injury, and some dieback here as well, but the plants are recovering. And so again, you may want to allow some time, unless you know definitely they were killed, allow some time for recovery. This happened with Canary Island pine, low temperature injuries in San Mateo County. This is the same tree here as this. So the foliage was burned by low temperatures and then recovered after a period of time. And on palms, they can look like they're really in bad shape after cold temperature. And this Washingtonia palm was in the Central Valley. All the foliage was really highly injured, bronze coloration. This is the same tree after a period of time, and it was recovered. If the apical meristem or tip of the palm of the trunk of the palm is killed, then all bets are off. But oftentimes that apical meristem is not killed, and then you'll have recovery of the palm. You can have low temperature injury on California native oaks, especially if you have young tissue in the spring that then is exposed to low temperatures. As you can see here, this is Oregon white oak, and a flush of new growth occurred. But then it was probably in May when low temperatures occurred, a freeze occurred, and you can see this injury from low temperature. I think I would like to take just a 2-minute break here, and so I'll have some time for questions as well, if that's all right with you.
Perfect.
Okay, we'll stop. Okay, okay. So we just finished with low temperature injury, and you can also have high temperature injury. This is again, somewhat rare. You don't see this too commonly, but what's going on with these oaks that are along the street here, and you see this very rapid, a symptom of a very rapid dehydration of the tissues. When they turn brown like this, they're not turning chlorotic or looking like an aeration deficit or so on. And one kind of clue to what's happening here is you see that the roadway was just repaved. And the repaving equipment, large equipment that's used for that, generates a lot of heat, and that heat is dissipated out from exhaust pipes and so on, vents. And if there's foliage in that zone where the heat, the hot air is being released, that can cause foliar injury. So this is a case of high temperature injury, which again, I've seen it in a number of locations. Wind injury does occur, again, particularly on sensitive plants, such as purple leaf plum. Purple leaf plum planted in the wind is not a good selection. Here you can see that this is in San Francisco in a windy location, and very close to where this tree is, purple leaf plum, is another purple leaf plum that's protected from the wind. And so you can, when you look around at others, individuals of the same species in the location, you want to see if there are similar types of injuries and what the differences are between the two locations and so on. Wind injury can cause tearing, shredding, tattering of leaves. These are sycamore leaves that were taken off a tree in a very windy location. And so, this kind of, just the symptoms itself gives you an indication that there's something, more than just a water deficit is occurring. You're almost having some kind of mechanical injury associated with the movement of wind, causing the wind to, causing the leaves to tatter and tear and shred. You can also have, of course, sculpting of trees as a result of wind. This may be in some eyes maybe a benefit of wind, but certainly it does cause some foliage to develop on the leeward side and not so much on the windward side. Certain species are susceptible to wind, especially newly planted trees, whether it be coast redwood or London plane sycamore. You put newly planted trees in a windy location. This is right down by SFO, and of course a windy location. They're not irrigated well. In the nursery, they're typically protected from the wind, and then you put them in a windy location, and you can see this dehydration of foliage, thinning of the crown, one-sided effects. You can tell that all the leaves on this side and branches on this side are not developing the same as on the leeward side. And these are some of the redwoods that were in that planting, and they simply develop somewhat well, and then you have a drier year, drought year, and things fall apart. Wind screens may be helpful, but if you're in a windy location, it's much better just put in plant wind tolerant species. None of these trees made it in this location. Oops, let's go back. Gas injury can occur when broken pipes break, such as natural gas pipes. And that's what happened in these pines on the UC Davis campus. And again, whole tree injury localized around the pipe, similar to the steam pipe injury on Coast Redwood on the Berkeley campus. And indeed, digging down, they found pipes that were releasing gas and has resulted in this injury. Basically, it's root loss, total root dysfunction as a result of excess gas. This can occur in landfills as well. Materials in landfills can generate gases that can be toxic to roots. Mechanical injury is a problem, especially associated with stake trees or tied trees, and you want to avoid, abrasive materials that can cause this kind of bark injury, or leaving ties on too long, such as here on this pine or on this tree. So this is kind of an obvious abiotic disorder, mechanical injury, but it's something you want to be looking for as well, knowing that they can cause decline of the trees. This is a tie that was from the nursery. This is back in Illinois, and they put a bag. This is ball and burlap stock, and they didn't take the tie off the base of the tree, and it girdled the root system, and these other roots developed as a result of this loss of roots and below the tie. So it's kind of a curious situation. So roots developed, were stimulated to grow from the base of the trunk, because of the constriction or restriction of the tie around the root system. Other mechanical injury, it's a whole spectrum. Has a golf course, and these add up. Lots of little cuts can result in serious injury over time. Poorly placed a tree on a golf course, I think, and then even irrigation spray can cause damage. So with that, that pretty much covers all the disorders. Not all of them, but most of them. And again, if you need more detail, please just refer to the publication. Again, hopefully you put on your detective caps and really ask a lot of good questions, and don't rush to judgment or conclusions until you have collected all the information and can develop really a plausible explanation or of the cause of the injury or decline. Strive to be accurate. So
Hey,
with that, yeah.
I'm gonna go into the chat, and
Okay.
I'm surprised that more plants haven't died with such abundance of water and soggy soil this winter. Does this mean plants have a greater tolerance in general for far too much than far too little water?
Okay, more plants haven't died with such a this winter. Mean plants have greater tolerance in general. Well, again, it's quite variable. Some plants are tolerant and others aren't. So yeah, we have had a lot of water, but what is the plant and what is the location of the plant? Does water drain at that location? Is it a sensitive plant or not? So, in some locations you're going to find some injury. Usually, if there's flooding, and we have seen flooding in some areas, oftentimes that's a temporary aeration deficit. As soon as the water moves through the soil profile or moves away from the surface, then it restores, conditions that are a little more favorable for oxygen diffusion into the root zone. So many species can tolerate, short-term flooding, but there are some sensitive species that won't. So it really varies, and it's on a case-by-case basis. So we'll see some plants dying and others not. So
There was one question prior to that from Alaire.
Oh,
If you have a tree that is clearly planted in a wrong location, like a redwood in a chaparral environment where there is no irrigation, would you suggest removing it?
I don't see that question here.
So right after David's he was curious about remediation suggestions. So Alaire had right above Joanna.
Yeah, okay. Could you repeat? I'm not
Sure.
seeing it on my screen.
If you have a tree that is clearly planted in a wrong location, like a redwood in a chaparral environment where there is no irrigation, would you suggest removing it, i.e. the redwood?
Yeah, that's quite case by case or variable. You can see coast redwoods planted in locations where they don't have irrigation and they're doing well, and that's a function of what the soil conditions, whether it's a fairly deep uniform soil that can retain water or not. So I wouldn't be in a rush. Number one, it shouldn't have been planted in a location where it's non-irrigated and in a dry site. But if removing it would mean probably losing it. So if that's not a problem, then you remove it so you don't have to try to manage it. Otherwise, you try to get some water to it during the summer months and to try to retain it. the trouble is that if it's really the wrong plant and the wrong place, over the long term, it's not going to perform well. So do you really want to invest much time and energy into trying to support something that's really, not sustainable at that location?
If there has been damage to the root system, what is the remediation and related to trenching, or I have to go down a little bit, root cutting?
Okay. So if there've been damage to the root system, root loss, trenching, excavation, you've lost capacity for water uptake. And so the treatment, the follow-up would be water, water, water. Supply parts of the waters of the root system that are still intact with, optimal amounts of water, not excessive amounts, but optimal amounts of water, on a regular basis, so you can maintain hydration of the crown, of the foliage and the bark tissues. Of course, the best thing is to avoid root cutting. But if root cutting has occurred or root loss has occurred, then it's really, you have to stay on top of the water, and that's either, bumping up the irrigation system, the frequency, the amount, or standing over it, the area with a hose or a portable sprinkler, whatever it takes to really, give really large amounts, adequate amounts, supplemental amounts of water, is what I'm trying to say, to maintain hydration levels in the crown.
Why would you landscape with fill soils?
Why would you landscape? A fill soil is a soil that's been imported and added to the existing grade. So in this oak, if the soil was added, like that mound in the background on the oak, that would be a fill, perhaps, to create a visual impact or whatever. So you don't put fills in unless you need to, especially around trees. So, I would say avoid fills in established landscapes as much as possible. But some cases where you want to change the grade for, creating a flat surface for recreation, a play area or whatever. And then so you import soils and you create that, but make sure if there are established trees around or other plant materials around that fill area where the grade changes occur, make sure there's a well or some sort of barrier to avoid a soil contact with the trunk of the tree.
Is there any immediate relief or solution to poor drainage and soil?
It depends on what's causing the poor drainage. In some cases, if you have a lot of sodium in the soil or in the water, that can cause poor drainage. And in that case, it would be treating with, calcium or magnesium to, exchange or move out to eliminate the sodium. So if that's the cause of drainage, then that's would be the solution. The other, if drainage is poor because of it's compacted, or because there's a subsurface hard pan or layer that's very dense and doesn't allow roots to develop or water to drain through, then it's a matter of coming in and cultivating. And hopefully there are no roots in that area. But if the cause of the poor drainage needs to be identified first before you identify a remedy, and various And in some cases, it's just because it's a clay soil, very high in clay content, which drains very slowly as opposed to sandy loams or loam soils. So identify the cause of the poor drainage and then look at solutions. And there are good publications on how to remediate poor soil conditions. Okay, next
What is your assessment? And you're going to have to look at this, Larry. What is your assessment of the product like this for protection of a new tree?
It's IV organic protection against damage, sunburn, insects, rodents. There's
actually 3-in-1 plant guard, sunburn, insects, rodents. So the question is, the print is too small for me to read. So my question is, what is it? And I would be, number one, skeptical of something that makes a claim that it's going to protect against sunburn, insects, and rodents. I would wonder what that is. Is it a physical material that's put on the trunk of a tree, such as a wrap around the trunk, or is it a chemical? And since it's in a container such as that, I would say it's more likely to be a chemical rather than a wrap. And when it says a whole spectrum of disorders such as sunburn, insects, and rodents. Again, I'd be skeptical of whether it really does something. My guess is that probably it maybe it's a whitewash type material that you apply to the trunk, and as a result of that, it's going to minimize the chances of sunburn injury, because when you have sunburn injury, you have bark dehydration and loss that can attract insects, such as some of the bark beetles and boring insects.
yeah.
And then I don't know about rodents. I don't raise mice and rats. I'm not sure how it would help in that regard.
We have two more questions. One is just a quick go back to, does Detective Larry, go through a series of questions before making a diagnosis? A tree diagram, so to speak. So do you have a decision tree? And is that in your book, perhaps?
Yeah. So you can refer to that. And there are other publications, such as the Integrated Pest Management publication, and that talks about diagnostic processes. Also in in the oak publication that we put together on selection management and care of oaks, we talk about diagnostic processes. So there are a series of questions, but again, as we talked about in the early part of this presentation, you have to start with the identification and then try to sort out whether it's biotic or abiotic. But there are publications that do have that question tree, so to speak, that you can use. Basically, it's a matter of really collecting information first, and having somebody who knows something about the plant. It's management over time. What's happened in the area, what's happened to the tree, how it's been managed, what's been applied, and so on. How has it been treated? Was some herbicide used in the area recently? Was it fertilized? How is it irrigated? And so on. So information collection is critical. And again, having somebody who really knows about the tree, whether it be a homeowner who has the tree in the backyard or a grounds person in a park, who knows something about what's happened in and around the tree.
Yeah.
In some cases, you might find that, oh, well, that tree was just transplanted last year.
And Elena popped something in the chat about their 2 slides from the optional video that sort of may be helpful. So you all could check that out. And then the final question we can quickly address would be that I've heard California natives, quercus should be irrigated in summer. Others say don't. I've read also that it's based on the 100-year average water for the tree. So you want to try to maintain that. Seems that It
Okay.
seems that supplemental winter watering when the tree expects water, not in summer. So basically, what do you do with the oaks? So
Well, we, as I mentioned, we did put together a publication on oaks in the urban landscape, and it does cover water management of oaks. But summarize that very quickly. In some cases, yes, you want to water. In other cases, you don't. It's the big D word. It depends. And if it's a young tree that's relatively newly planted, you irrigate it. If it's an established tree in an area that's, somewhat marginal, it's up on an area that's it's windy and the soils are thin, and we've had low rainfall, and it might become dehydrated in the middle of the summer. Well, yeah, go ahead and irrigate. And it's somewhat difficult to irrigate a large tree, as you see in on the screen right now, but you can irrigate. You can provide water to some parts of the root system, which will maintain hydration in the crown of the tree. So it really depends on the circumstance and the species. Some species, blue oak, is very drought tolerant and grows in areas that are very hot and dry during the summer and extended periods of time where there is no rainfall. Coast live oak wouldn't do as well in that same location. So, know thy species and know where the native range of the species is, and whether it's something that would perhaps if it was a coastal species planted in an inland location or a foothill location, and it would benefit from summer irrigation, then you go ahead and irrigate it. If it's a inland species that's such as blue oak planted in a coastal location, it's not likely it needs irrigation.
Yeah.
So it really varies, but again, the oak publication really goes into a lot of detail on that.
great, thank you.
Thank you, Larry. I think that's it for today. I
Yes.
really appreciate it. I think we got a lot of information today that will really be helpful in our detective work.
Well, good. Yeah, I hope that was helpful. And, it's actually a kind of fulfilling thing to do, is to, sort out what really is a cause of a problem. And then, seeing the remedy actually work and see the recovery of a plant. There's a lot of gratification in that.
I would agree with you.
Yeah. So
Thank
good
you,
luck.
Larry.
Thank you, Larry. Nice to see you again. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
So now,
I was going to say maybe we can take 1 minute for a stretch, and then group 5, I think. Let me go.
5 and 6, yep.
Yep, 5 and 6.
And then just so y'all know, we had a half an hour for the description of the MMG projects, but we only have 2 today. So I think that we'll regain some time. So for those of you who are worried about sort of the endpoint, I think we'll come out about the same end time. So.
Oh, Elena, you had an interesting thing in chat about diagnostic. Do you have a website for that?
I put the 2 pictures that I was referring to from that video.
Yeah, so you did a screen grab,
I
right?
did a screen, just took a picture of the
Okay, so it's
screen.
on that video.
So it's in the chat, but it's in the video. I don't know what
Yeah,
I
no,
can- I
I
can
think
email
that
it
was
to you,
really good.
Melissa.
Thank you for sharing it.
I can email
Thank you
it
for
to you.
sharing it.
Mhm.
If you don't know what Elena is sharing, we will have the chat being posted too, so you'll be able to see how she broke that down. So let's do a stand for Cinda. You are here. You want to do your magic with a stretch? Maybe she's not. I saw her
No,
here.
I'm here. I'm here, but it's best done in person. So
Oh boy.
everybody just do your favorite stretch today, because the one I want to do next is actually lower body workout. So if you need your shoulders done, be a crane, paddle overhand, whatever. But I'm sorry, I don't have a particular one. I'm saving the next one for when you can see my feet.
Okay. Well, that's something for me to look forward to. So do what Cinda suggested, and let's just do a stretch for a minute, and then we'll come back. And welcome to 5, and we'll share the screen with 5.
So Lily is actually saying that we need to make her a host so she can share her screen. I'm not so can you do that
I
or
sure can.
okay?
I think. Show, close doc. Okay, more. Come on. Here we go. I'm going to the wrong place.
So you just go to
More
participants,
room.
you go to participants and then my name.
Okay, someone knows what they're doing.
And then
Yeah.
next to my name, the little dots.
You got it. You are so right. But where are you in your name?
The,
Lee.
the last name is Thomas.
Yeah, it's going by first names. That's what I'm
Oh,
looking
it's
for.
Lily.
Lily.
Lee. That's my.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not seeing you there.
Hmm.
Hi, this is Alison. Anyone can share screens on this Zoom without host privileges.
Oh, okay, great. That makes
Depending
it
on what
easier.
device you're on, there might be a green button at the bottom that says share screen.
Share screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that usually we have to be co-host to do it, but I can.
Woohoo! Okay, it's coming up. Thank you both.
That's true. This one is actually set so that we can always share.
Perfect.
All right, are we ready? Are we done?
I am
Touching.
ready. Is everybody else ready? I'm going to fly pretty soon.
Okay, hopefully everybody is here with our group. Maybe everybody who's in group 5 could just turn on your camera so that we can be ready to go. So good afternoon, everybody. We are group 5 and we, as Dr. Costello said, put on our detective caps to talk about cyclamen in tribulatione, which is a cyclamen in trouble. And our group is Ken, Robin, Jean, and myself. And our plant was a cyclamen persicoma, and the family is here. The common names include, so one of the things that we started with is again, as Dr. Costello had mentioned, was really digging in and spending some time figuring out the type of plant. And I don't know if it would have made a big difference in our diagnoses, but we went back and forth on the type of cyclamen that it was. So this is what we settled on, and it was really based on the leaves that were the biggest clue to that. Some of the common names are an alpine violet, Persian violet, or a sowbread, and it's called a sowbread because pigs are particularly fond of eating it. And some of the characteristics are that it's native to Europe and the Mediterranean region. It's winter flowering in their native habitats. Many of us are familiar with this plant. It's used around the holidays, particularly around Christmas, with the red and white varieties. It's known for pink, red, or white flowers and the heart or kidney-shaped attractive basal leaves. And then it grows from tubers and can reproduce from seeds also. And it has some medicinal qualities that were kind of interesting. It's used in homeopathy for anxiety and digestive disorders, although there's also some safety concerns with that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jean, who's going to talk about the cultural requirements.
Okay, the cultural requirements. It prefers dappled sunlight or partial shade. It likes a loamy soil. And it prefers a neutral pH. As you see, it's 6 to 8. Like most plants, it prefers good drainage, and it does need a lot of air circulation. So it's best not to plant it, 12 inches apart. So it says here planted less than 12 inches, but a good square foot is about right for this plant. So next screen.
Sorry, I'm having some sticking. Just a second. Uh-oh.
Not limited to Dr. Costello, right?
No,
Sorry, I'm gonna have to stop and come back.
Well, I can.
I'll stop and then I'll bring it back. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, there you
here we
go.
go.
It's, as you can see, it has a wide range of zones, of hardiness zones, but it does prefer the more tropical zones, 9 through 11, although it can subsist in the more frigid zones, 4 through 8. And sunset zones 2 through 9 and 14 through 24. So it's pretty broad ranged. And that does it for the cultural requirements.
And I'm having a sticking again. I'm really sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Okay. Leaving and coming back again.
This is great. Then we get to see people's faces on the screen.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if it's the Zoom connection, period. Okay.
All right, now we're turning it over to Robin to talk about the problem.
Yes, hello. So the problem that was presented to us was saying that my cyclamen plant has parts that are dying. There is some sort of mold on the plant. What is this? Can it be saved? So the place that it is in Mill Valley, and they let us know that the location of the plant was definitely in part sun to part shade, so that matched its cultural requirements. They did say that they watered occasionally. However, recent rains had kept the soil quite wet, which made it seem like the plant, which you'll see a picture of it in just a second, is in a pot. And so it was probably just left out maybe on a patio or out in the yard somewhere. So rains have been able to keep the plant nice and wet. And the photo was taken in January 19th in 2022. And you'll notice our incredible tool of detection work at the corner there, which would have been very helpful for this next slide for us to see the what was happening with the plant.
Sorry, working on this again, and it's not cooperating. My Wi-Fi is not cooperating. Okay.
Might also be because it's a huge, it's a big file.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop and go back again. Sorry, technical difficulties. Okay.
It's okay. You're directing me during technical difficulties, so
Okay.
no problem.
Excellent. So the photo on the left is a photo of the plant in general, and then the photo on the right is a zoom in on the problematic parts of the plant. So if we want to just take like a straight up, let's see what we can observe, make all the notes that we can from these two photos. We can see that there is some white or gray looking stuff growing on the decayed and decaying leaves, as well as stems and flowers. It looks like there are spores from a fungus type of thing, as the person was suggesting. All of the flowers appear wilted. Even the one at the very top is not doing very well. It's not, yeah, it's wilted, as well as the one that's growing currently off to the side there. The leaves in the center look like they have some white dust looking spots, but otherwise they look pretty healthy. Maybe not as flat as we would have wanted to see a healthier plant. The leaves under the canopy, however, are wilted and definitely look overcome by the white and gray looking stuff. The spores probably, if not totally dead. And there is one tiny leaf on that left-hand side that looks as though the stem has been affected first, and then it seems to be affecting the coloration of the leaf, turning it slightly yellow or brown. So we used IPM and for the most part to diagnose what was going on. We came to the identification of a gray mold. It's a disease that's caused by the fungus Botrytis cinerea. It normally enters through a wound or infects plants under stress, but will infect healthy plants as well, especially under humid conditions. That was one of the big things that we noted. If in that picture, you'll see that the soil does look pretty saturated and wet, and especially if there's been lots of rains that could have invited a mold. It attacks, can be expected at all times of the year. Cyclamen in particular does bloom basically from fall through spring. So it would, and this particular mold does like to attack things like the stems and the flowers. So if it's particularly moist in that part of the year and this plant is flowering at that time, it seems like this would be something that would attack, that gray mold would be what was causing the problems. And also cyclamen are particularly susceptible to gray mold because that's caused by the Botrytis cinerea. And specifically it causes a gray fuzzy mold on infected plant parts and also attacks the stalks of developing leaves and flowers, causing them to collapse, as we see in that photo. The other things that we were thinking about was going back to what Jean was saying, how the plant itself needs a little bit more space. And if we look at that picture, the pot is quite small. And so it's quite likely that just having the tuber being in such a small area, it's not getting enough air, it's not getting enough, all the stuff that we just learned about, the abiotic stuff, and maybe leading to a fungus being able to jump in and hurt it. And now I pass to Ken.
As we were determining the best course of action, we wanted just to kind of rule out any other potential problems. And some of the more common ones, spider mites, vine weevils, cyclamen mites.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. As I was saying, so with some of the symptoms that we kind of were able to determine from, we did a lot of work, but certainly with IPM, if you look through there, there's no maybe yellowish or
Hey, folks, Ken, it's hard to hear you. So they're wondering whether you have a different microphone or something.
I have, I don't think so. Can't hear me at all, or?
I think
That's better.
That's better if you just are a little closer, I think.
yeah, to stick your face up to the screen, right?
Hi, Ken.
Okay, so we ruled out spider mites, we ruled out vine weevils, cyclamen mites. Once again, the leaves are not distorted. And you don't really see any of that really kind of spooky gray mold. So just to be on the safe side, we wanted to make sure, and that's how we came up with the gray mold term. So, prevention. As in life, maintain good hygiene. You can tell there's a lot of problems there with the allowing of the dead material to accumulate. And so one of the biggest things is just removing the dead leaves and the flowers properly. The dead leaves actually act as a breeding ground, springboard for the gray mold. That's one of the as I mentioned, good inner circulation and not overcrowding plants. So,
Ken, we can't hear you at all now.
oh my gosh.
Okay. I think we have a witch working Zoom today or something. I don't know what. This has never happened before, Carol.
It's because I joined us today. That's what's up.
Ken, we've totally lost your voice. I don't know what's going on.
Huh.
And if you take a look,
Would you
at
like
the,
me to
mic
read what you're?
settings, make sure you select the right mic, and then the input volume, you can also modify that as well.
I'm sorry, where is that on the Zoom?
On the lower left-hand side of Zoom, there's the microphone and there's the start video. The up arrow or the caret next to the microphone will allow you to select the options for the audio.
That one any better? Is that one any better?
Nope.
How about that one?
That's better, but not all the way.
I've only got two.
Here, that's good right there.
Okay, I'm not going to move. So what we're talking about, I can just the prevention piece is obviously maintaining good hygiene and not allowing the dead plant material to accumulate. What that's going to do is just make a host ground for the gray mold to take over the plant. So doing that and maintaining good airflow, air circulation, not overcrowding the plant. Recommended treatments. There's really no chemical controls that are recommended per se to gardeners against the virus. It's the best treatment is just really to follow, the guidelines that we've identified for prevention, which is just getting rid of any dead material that is infected and keeping good airflow, and we certainly not. And we utilize a number of references going all the way from Marin County and IPM to UK to Wisconsin. We spend a lot of time at this, and the dominant website.
Are there any questions for Ken or Lily or Jean? I know I'm leaving someone out.
Robin.
Thank you, Robin. Sorry.
I would just make one suggestion on your references. Be careful about using references that are from other localities, because sometimes, we had a situation with one in my training class where someone was using something about rhododendron. It was from East Coast and it was different factors completely. So I think pretty straightforward on this one, but just keep in mind locality. So.
Good point.
But
You were correct about the gray mold. And I just want to say thank you for persevering throughout technical problems. You guys did a great job, and you are some great detectives. Instead of our loop, we may have to get magnifying glasses for all our detectives here. So thank you so, so much, David. Thank you so much for coming in and trying to help us out. Greatly appreciated today. Like I said, I have no idea what's happening today. And is group 6 ready?
Ready.
We are.
Okay, so group 6 will be, okay, Barbara Fiji, Elaine Needleman, Joan Courtney, and Diane Calajon. Correct me if I'm saying all these names wrong. Please, please, please. Combs. This group will be exploring issues, oh my gosh, with the heavenly bamboo.
Thank you, Melissa. You took my first slide. So I think, Elaine, you're going to put up our slides.
Yes, I'm trying to do that.
Okay. So yes, we're going to talk about heavenly bamboo. And there's a picture that you'll get to see when the slide comes up.
You know what? Is it just a matter of sharing the screen on the Zoom?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Let
Where did David go?
me try that once more.
Coming from a woman who's holding her mouse upside down. I'll just shut up.
I may need somebody else to share the presentation because it's not coming up. I'm trying to share my screen.
Let me see if I can. Everyone see it?
Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you. So here's a picture of a healthy heavenly bamboo. You go to the next slide.
One second.
So the specimen is a Nandina domestica. It's in the Berberaceae family, in the barberry family, excuse me. It's known as Nandina, heavenly bamboo, or sacred bamboo. And here's some other pictures of how the plant appears in the flowering stage and then when the berries appear. Next slide.
Just tell me when to move to the next slide. Okay.
It's an evergreen, semi-evergreen plant. It has cane-like stems that resemble bamboo, and then it has that lace-like foliage. The leaves are divided into oval leaflets, and it's a slow-growing shrub. Next slide, please. The new growth on the heavenly bamboo is pink or red, and then the leaves turn green, and then in the fall and the winter, they turn purplish, bronze, or red. It has clusters of pink or white or cream blossoms at the end of spring or the beginning of summer, and then after the bloom, red berries form. Next slide, please. It can be planted as a hedge, as a screen, in pots, and in tubs. Small varieties can make good ground covers. It needs full sun, but in the hottest areas, it needs a little bit of shade. It needs to be planted in rich soil, given regular amounts of water. And then when it's pruned each year, the old cane should be pruned out so that the dense foliage happens at the bottom of the plant. And now it's your turn, Barbara.
Okay. So here's the problem, and I'm going to show you a picture in just a moment, but the homeowner's complaint is that he's got a plant with discolored leaves. This is happening in August of 2021, and we looked up the weather, and it was fairly temperate for summertime that year. The plant is located in full sun and part sign in a planter box at the Corte Madera Center, and it's watered several times a week. I'm just going to go to the next slide. So
So one thing that we thought about when we were, and I'm just going to let you look at the picture while I talk about this, so you can kind of do some detective work yourselves. But one thing, some additional questions we would have, excuse me, like to ask the owner in diagnosing the problem is, how is the plant being watered? Is it overhead? Is it drip? What time of day is it? Is it at nighttime? What else might be planted in this planter box? When and with what was the soil last amended? And then who has access, because it's in a public space, so it's likely highly trafficked by the public. So those were some additional questions that we would have loved to ask in order to diagnose it. But you can see so we kind of thought there was something interesting, that maybe there's two things going on with this problem. You can see that the reddening of the leaves are happening out of season and they're kind of curling upward. And that also we see some white spots on there. So, we also took a look at, could there be environmental problems? Could there be bugs? And we weren't seeing any evidence of those types of things. We weren't seeing yellowing of the leaves. We don't see bugs crawling around. We don't see trace marks from bugs. So let me just go to the next slide. So I'm going to turn it over to Elaine and to Joan, who are going to talk about the two problems that we think we identified with this problem, which is the Nandina mosaic virus and powdery mildew.
Thanks, Barbara. So to address the Nandina mosaic virus first, as we saw in the photograph, there was this molted red discoloration on the leaves, and it was happening out of season. The photo was taken in the summertime. Unfortunately, it's going to spread mechanically through propagation and pruning. And it can be introduced through, cutting tools that are contaminated with sap from an infected plant. Aphids are going to acquire the virus while they're feeding on infected plants and then can also spread it to other plants. One potential cause that we ruled out was high light intensity. We looked at what the weather had been in summer of 2021. And it was relatively mild average temperatures in the 70s. So we ruled that out as a potential possibility. Next slide. Barbara, I think you're going to cover this.
I am. So potential recommended treatments for this virus: once a plant becomes affected, the virus will remain for the life cycle of the plant. You cannot get rid of the virus. There's no known cure. So a couple of remedies you could decide to do is to replace the affected plant. There's no reason that you can't, it won't kill the plant, so you can keep the plant if the red mottling doesn't bother you. But you may want to think about replacing it because you don't want to spread it, have it spread to other plants during, either propagation or pruning, especially since we don't know what else is planted in this Corte Madera Center with it. And, one thing that you also could do to make sure you prevent it from even starting is to make sure you purchase a plant that's been virus tested. And then, Joan, I think this is you.
You know what? I'm going to jump in for Jen because I think she had a medical conflict and is not able to join. Okay, so the second thing that we saw on the leaves was this sort of whitish powdery mildew, which is also, I think, contributing to the crinkling and the twisting of the leaves. It is caused by, I may mispronounce this, Microcephalia fungi, and it's going to be spread by wind-blown spores. So we think this could potentially be the problem, or also could potentially be just another type of virus. The plant may be overcrowded. As Barbara mentioned, it might be getting too much water and at the wrong time of day. So the irrigation method may need to be adjusted. It definitely can be avoided, and pruning should be done at an appropriate time.
So I'm going to jump in again. So potential recommended treatments for powdery mildew. You can kill powdery mildew. You know, once water hits it, it basically kills the spore. So you can wash it off with overhead sprinkling. We would advise mid-morning just to make sure that the dampness, you know, if you do it at night, then the plant remains damp, could remain damp. You definitely want to prune it away and remove infected buds, you know, quickly during the dormant season, so you're not spreading the spores around. Another potential remedy is to increase air circulation around the plant if it's getting crowded by other plants. You can control mild to moderate infections with horticultural oil or with plant-based oils such as neem oil. The one thing that we would caution you is don't use these oils if you've applied sulfur treatments or if the temperature is above 90 degrees. And the other thing that you can do in terms of prevention, you can use sulfur products. They are not effective after the disease appears, so it would have to be a prevention method. And also some fungicides will work if you apply it before you're seeing signs of the disease. Next slide.
Okay, so the overall recommended solution, we wanted to discuss with the client, you know, whether they're prepared to live with the reddening and the curling of the leaves due to the, sorry, that should be Nandina mosaic virus. You know, just sort of set expectations that they're not going to be able to get rid of that. And, you know, and unfortunately could also spread to, you know, other plants that are in the area. If they do decide to keep it, we would encourage them to use clean tools while pruning to avoid spreading to other locations. Again, setting expectations that, you know, it's going to be this way for the rest of the duration of the plant's life. To address the powdery mildew, though, if they do decide to keep the plant, we can follow we would recommend that they follow the things that we had outlined previously: washing the spores off, pruning and removing the infected buds, increasing air circulation, and some plant-based oils. Also to potentially add compost to the soil. And then the final thing could be just, you know, not to say it's going to be a bit of an eyesore, but if it's not in ideal conditions, they could potentially move the container to a less trafficked area of the shopping center to just reduce the noticeability of the plant.
Right. And our last page is references, and just with regards to reference number 2, we did take into account that it was from the Pacific Northwest. But if you read the article, they're actually referencing the Davis area. So it is in California, maybe slightly hotter climate, but you know, more similar than the Pacific Northwest. But most of our information came from IPM.
And I have a question for you. What did you finally decide on? Because the treatment for the powdery mildew and the mosaic virus are different. So what would you tell the client to do?
Well, our thought was that the first thing is the client needed to decide if they wanted to keep the plant. Since the Nandina mosaic virus is not going to go away.
So you are saying that you have narrowed it down to 2, but can't narrow it down to 1 cause. Okay. And that's fair. That's totally fair. And I think what you're doing is really important for all of us to learn, because sometimes there's no immediate answer, and sometimes you just can't say exactly what it is. So, you know, you could say to the client, for example, why don't you try spraying it with neem oil and see what happens? And if it disappears, then they'll know. So I think you guys did a great job. And like I said, sometimes there really isn't a specific answer, and you can't, because it's kind of like, do you have bronchitis or COVID? You're coughing for both of them, but you won't really know what it is until you go deeper. And that's sometimes what you have to do. And I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to tell you what disease this plant has. We're just going to leave it as what you said and let the homeowner figure it out. And thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys did a great job. And I really appreciate the work all of you did this time around. Thank you. And is Cinda still around? Because then we have our.
Well, I'm going
What
to
a pretty.
quickly respond to Kathy's message in the chat. She says, how are those pictures being taken? They appear to be taken through a loop. These were photos that were provided a few years ago. There is a really cool thing where you can buy a loop that fits onto your cell phone. And so then you can be able to sort of, magnify it, take a picture of it, and there you have it. So you can Google, you can find them on Amazon if anybody's really interested. I did do some research for last year's class, so I can provide that to Melissa and she can give it to you all. So, okay. Now I'm going to share our screen back so that we can get Cinda on board to be able to take us through some of our projects. Let me do it that way. Hey, Miss Cinda, are you there?
I am here. I'm happy
as always
to be with the class again, and happy to tell you about two great projects. And they're very different. The first one is about native plant propagation. And if you like our parks and open spaces and enjoy being out in them, this will get you out in them. This is a wonderful help to them because they have a nursery at the Civic Center, and there the master gardeners go. And in the picture, you see there's a woman with a cap and a braid. She's actually a county employee, and she works with any volunteers who come, and she's quite the instructor, I hear. So you learn a lot about propagating plants, and then you can go out and collect seeds in open spaces. And then very importantly, you get to go out and replant the plants that have been grown, the native plants that you grew in the nursery. You go out to disturbed open areas, places where other things have come in and they're trying to revegetate. And so it's a very, very worthwhile project. And I hear from everybody who does it, they enjoy being out and about, and they're always learning. It's the kind of project that has a very variable time schedule. So there's no steady beat of every Monday morning. The work days are not on a regular schedule. You come when you can. In the spring and summer, there's more collecting the ripe seeds in the preserves. And then in the fall, there is more planting going on. And it's a kind of job that does require some physical exertion when you're out planting. I tried that once. It was a real workout, but it felt great. And seed collecting and learning how to propagate is something that doesn't take as much exertion. And so you could pick one or the other or both. You don't have to do everything that this project has to offer. And the training takes place on site. So you don't have to go to a training class, you show up. And it's a kind of project that I think benefits the community. Now we have a very different kind of project, the next one, with the Speakers Bureau. And this is one that doesn't require as much physical exertion. but we provide in-house training. The CE hours, and master gardeners can go on to the homepage and see some of the classes that are offered. And very often they are open to the public. And that's what I love about this project, is that it really does reach out to the community. And I've been to many library programs before I was even a master gardener, and learned a lot prior to taking the class. So this is a good way for the public to learn some of the scientific information that we have. And you can volunteer in a variety of ways. Every one of these library demonstrations has to have not only a speaker, but a site manager, somebody who's there sort of checking in with the library and handing out extra information and following up on all the details with the library. And the magical thing about doing that job is you hear the lecture, and then you get to have that part of your day be included as CE credit. So you can get both volunteer credit for showing up early and making sure the chairs are out, and then you get extra CE credit for what you listen to. You might enjoy being one of the speakers. And there are some people who just love to do public speaking, share what they know, and they do a great service in outreach. But what if you're not one of the people who wants to do the actual speaking? You can get credit for doing research behind the scenes. And I can see how good you all are on research. My gosh, I think you're incredible. So you could also just stay at home, do research that somebody else presents. You could help get the slides together for someone else. If you're not comfortable being the speaker, you can work behind the scenes. And that's a very important thing, because some people would prefer to do the speaking but don't have time to do all the research. So there's lots of ways to get involved with this. You can work in person at libraries or other public places. Sometimes lectures are also given by Zoom, but more and more we're getting out in the public since we're in the mostly post-COVID era. And doing the research and the work at home can be very enlightening to you, because you learn a lot as you do that. And so this project is one that has many facets, tech support, all sorts of things. There's really room for everybody in the Speakers Bureau. And I just wondered if anybody has any questions. No? Okay.
No, sorry. Hi, Cinda, I do have a question.
Yes.
A lot of these, and I know that we have other programs to talk about in like future days, but and this might be more personal than that, but I have a young son, and I was thinking, in any of these like volunteer programs, are there programs that are appropriate to bring family members to, or, kids to, or something along those lines?
Well, I guess it just depends on how interested he'd be at sitting still. Yes, I think you could bring children, and usually at the end, there's something, that they might be able to go up and see and touch. So, if you think they can sustain being quiet for a while, then that would be great. It's not restricted to adults. There's no age set aside.
What about some of the other projects that we've already talked about, like even with helping out with the planting and transplanting or things along those lines? Or are those strictly for volunteers that have gone through the program?
What I do is, if you're interested in a particular program, is to check with the person in charge. For instance, Parks and Open Space, when I volunteer with them, I see that there's sometimes programs specifically for young children, and sometimes people do bring their children along. So some projects may lend themselves very well to having younger children along. I feel like exploring habitats, which is for children, might be difficult to bring your own child to. And maybe I'm just picturing my own son.
But yes, very good point. I think the project lead, they're going to have their own ideas about how their projects are going forth and where there might be some sort of extra conditions we don't know about. So I think that's a smart response. So
yeah, but that's great. And it's how wonderful that you want to get your son involved in learning and all the things that you're enjoying.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the answers.
Robin, I'm going to take this a little bit further, not only with the project lead, if you know your son or your child, I should say, and if the project lead says yes, you also know if it's going to be a good fit. And, it might be something that you want to do, but it may not be like, let's say your son's 5 and you're volunteering at the Marin County Fair. Well, to keep an eye on him at the Marin County Fair and be talking to people is sometimes very difficult. So I would say the combination of the two, see where your child would fit in and see what the project leader says.
Okay. And I mean, does that also extend to, well, maybe not capability, but like if my husband wanted to come to one of the things and just help out and be a volunteer, or is that open as well, or?
Well, again, I think it depends on the particular project.
Okay.
And it, you know, he can't be mistaken as a master gardener. You know, if somebody asks questions, he needs to defer to you or to another graduate. But there may well be projects where you'd be welcome. And I think especially in the plant propagation, that's open to the general public.
Yeah, that's what I was. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
good. Well, then thank you, Cinda, as always. We appreciate finding out about some more of the projects. And then I think, Melissa, you're up for the next slide.
I sure am. Thank you, Cinder.
You're welcome.
How today's topic fits in with earth-friendly gardening. And once again, you're seeing what earth-friendly gardening's all about. Using low water plants, pollinators, and natural enemies, removing invasive plants. So go home and think about how did the abiotic fit in? I myself can think of several ways of how the abiotic fits into our earth-friendly garden topic. And coming up for next week, Carol?
Yes. So,
so cute.
So homework number 7 is due next week. And also you all will be hearing Dust Problem 7 and 8 groups will be presenting. And just remember, it'll be in person at Hamilton next week. And remember to bring your GPP binders. You need to finish GPPE. And as you know, you drop off your binders and when you come into the classroom so that the GPP team can be reviewing while the morning's presentations are happening. Also, as one part of next week, the help desk leads are going to be providing some tips and tricks as to how to go about researching answers to questions that come up. So as part of that, if you can, bring your laptop or other Wi-Fi enabled device. So that'll mean that you can be more proactive, more participatory with the help desk sleuthing. So again, bring your laptops, et cetera, with you for next week's class. And then we will also, as part of next week's class, we'll have 2 more desk problem presentations, as I said. A few more Master Gardener volunteer projects will be presented. And you also have a lovely day with Marie Narlock, who's a longtime Master Gardener who will be inspiring everybody about native plants. So it'll be a fun week. Okay, last slide.
I was going to come to you, Allison. Scott has not sent me his a PowerPoint. So it will be coming up. And I don't want to give you the URL for Master Gardeners. There's a whole UC Davis where Scott addresses it, because it's going to be different than the presentation. So I've just recently sent out a reminder note to Scott to get that out to Patrick. So hopefully he'll get that for us as soon as possible. And then, of course, Patrick will be putting it up onto CT. And closing the garden gate. Remember, the happiest people are not those getting more, but those giving more. So everyone have a good week. If you have any questions, please stay on, and Carol and I will be here, and Cindy, you're more than willing to stay on and answer questions too with us, because it's always a pleasure to see you. That's it. We're done.